All right, so let's get rolling. And where did we start session last time? What do we do during session? It's been a minute.
We started with an unconscious storm giant or storm titan,
Mm-hmm.
and we spent a great deal of time reviving him.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got a bunch of alerts that it seemed like the portals in the facility were being eroded and breaking down.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly the prison itself teleported to a location that we know as Blank Spot on our map.
Mm-hmm.
But the last thing we heard was the roar of a beast that sounded suspiciously like a dragon, and many goblins laughing.
True indeed.
So
And
we
then
know Merc is having fun.
that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
Presume he's following up on the whole. Hey, when this thing gets out, will you kill it?
so that happens, and then you guys have the Storm Titan there and need to go and have a conversation with your friendly neighborhood pirates.
I have, prior to us talking to the pirates, that I'm just gonna assume that Gary has like perfect knowledge of the entire world, and I'm not putting ideas into his head. But Al Shaib said that Mason Al Harik does not know the location of the ship, and if he did, we wouldn't have a ship anymore. And that's why he didn't let Physic into his realm. But 1% of Morin is slightly concerned. Well, I guess actually no. The Efreet doesn't know that we have the Superstitions End, so maybe he won't accidentally let slip any information. And then the Storm Titan said that he had to leave to school some guy, King Nar, because apparently the Titans that exist in the world have forgotten what it means to be a Titan. And so he is heading off to the plane of elemental air.
Also, I have a suspicion that him saying they've forgotten what it means to be a Titan has, at least in part, got something to do with them like not being involved in or like helping the lesser races, because he's known as like a champion of, like he was known by Sage as like a champion of the little people.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, yeah, I have a deep suspicion that it's like he's actually gonna try and get them to get involved. That's the hope.
In what way?
I will say, as a quick aside, this is a question for me that my notes are unclear here. Was him talking about going to talk to King Nar the first time you'd heard King Nar's name? Because I think the answer is no.
Mm.
Oh,
I think Bedvere may have mentioned him, but I don't think he said like a ton about him. Like, I think all we got was like the name and the position, like that he was the king of the Storm Giants.
So
I feel almost positive I've never heard that before, but my memory is bad.
Yeah, I did not have time to go back and check.
It would have been after the Stormhorns in that conversation beside the ship, right?
No. So the conversation where according to my notes, the conversation where you would have heard about Nar was when you were talking to him, and between sessions, I was like, hey, you're going to have this conversation with Bedvere. I'm going to record this story that Bedvere tells, because
it told us about his like ancestors' exile, right?
Yeah. So I recorded something so that I didn't destroy my voice by talking about him for like him for an entire session.
Oh.
And according to my notes, it is in there, but when I went and looked, I don't actually know if that's true. So the intention from the DM is that you would have heard King Nar's name in that section. If I did not correctly include it, that is where you should have heard King Nar's name.
I definitely don't have notes of that recording.
Me neither.
But I now that you mention it, I remember that thing happened.
Cool.
I definitely watched it, and I don't know that he gave us the name, but he did say like this dude exiled. Was it? I think it was his great sire because he refused to fight. But I don't know that he gave us like specifically the name of the guy
that
and whether that is the same guy.
Nar exiled Bedvir's grandsire.
So
could you like pin or something where you posted that video in Discord?
Sure.
Because I don't think it's not in the prosperity playlist. I don't think because it's on your channel.
Obviously. No, it's in the like vignette playlist on Gary's channel.
Gary's channel.
I think by channel, not like a Discord channel, like the YouTube channel.
YouTube
channel. Yeah. Now I have to find your channel.
I'll say what I might just do is it might be easier for me to actually just look up the thing and repost it and then pin it there rather than trying to find it, because I typed in the two things that I thought it would be and it was neither of those things. So bye.
Dad,
yes.
Is it okay if I wear my shorts?
Yes, you can wear shorts.
No.
To bed.
You can wear shorts to bed, yes.
Yeah, because I had this sick.
The question that I can ask you.
Have we seen that Bedvir photo in game?
Yes.
Because I don't think this is the first picture of Bedvir that we got.
Oh no, it's not. You got a different picture of Bedvir. That is the picture you get from him when you were talking to him in Tantarus.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Thank you. I need to bookmark this. Subscribe. Ring that bell.
Don't forget to like and comment.
Subscribe, comment for the engagement, whatever. I don't know. It's an unlisted video, so I don't think it matters. But yeah, so that is the Legend of the Smith, etc. That's where ideally the name Nar was heard from before. And if I get a chance to remember, I will listen to it and double check to make sure that, or like open to the Legend of the Smith and see if there is something that actually mentions his name, because that was the goal.
The place where he was going is the plane of elemental air that we temporarily and accidentally like teleported into when we were trying to go to the Stormhorns.
Mm-hmm.
Which I thought was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, someone's being a racist. And now carrying on. I've had a bunch of weird things that I've needed to moderate lately, and I don't like it. I don't like having to put effort in. People being weird. Anyways, so you go, you talk to him. He says, "I'm gonna go smack some sense into King Nar." Mm-hmm. He leaves. What next?
Then we meet up. Then we do the borer and meet up with the pirates because they have immediate concerns.
Mm-hmm. What are their concerns?
Apparently in space, the Githyanki leave like psionic or psychic
one is hers.
messages to warn people when they're going to run into dangerous areas, and I think specifically areas that are what we as players know is radioactive.
Yeah, and there are other things that they get that they mark as like this is very dangerous, but the ship is like, hey, we're used to seeing this as a sign of the these are cursed areas. This is signs of the Forerunner's curse.
But like this message in particular is super strong because it's being broadcast at like a very high level, very far away.
Correct.
Because I think they said they're basically getting this message through the tunnel, and there's no reason normally that they would get that message from that great a distance.
Correct.
Open up.
And we, I think, convinced them. Do they end up coming with? They do end up coming with us. We end up convincing them that like we're pretty sure that was engineered to keep people away because there was something that they wanted to protect, rather than there actually being something dangerous in that location.
Yeah, and they were kind of like, I mean, that might be true, but also that's scary and for a different reason.
Yes. I think both of our groups are right on this. It's probably not radioactive. That doesn't mean it's less dangerous, but we do have to go there. Would the ship's readings indicate if it was like the radioactivity from the star that Mother is in?
No, I mean you didn't see any radioactivity in general.
Okay.
Because when you get there, you figure out what's sending out the beacon, and that's the question: is what is sending out that fuck off giant thing, all capital letters, sending it thousands of miles away?
Is it this station?
Yeah, it's the station. So what is the station? You get to there, you see that there is this space station. What is the station? And or potentially, what do you guys think it is when you first get there?
Oh, we thought it was the prison. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys had a plan,
Mm-hmm.
which I needed to go and like have a moment with.
Which gave us a moment to realize it was a great plan.
So JP, what was that plan?
Well, we need to destroy this lab, which several of us forgot which lab, but we just need to destroy this lab and knew it would explode. So we figured shoot the lab at the prison.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? The tagline of our entire campaign.
Failing to remember that it was the lab designed to torture, kill Fey creatures.
But we didn't.
Quicksilver?
Did we know that the Darksire was in this prison?
Well, no.
Oh, yes, we did.
No, wasn't this still when we assumed it was the queen?
I don't know that we. Well, I don't remember ever
So-
thinking that this was imprisoning the queen.
At some point, we got a sending from Arn saying, "You're approaching the Darksire's prison. Don't fuck with it." Basically, and
Yeah.
we assumed that meant that like the space station was like the prison for both, and I think we had some idea that like they were like one prison was dependent upon the other, so that if we release one, we would need to then release the other.
But Drak had Clotho like look at the prison pretty early, and she
Yes.
wouldn't look at it. She would only look at the star
Yeah,
because she said like I can only focus on Mother.
yeah.
Or rather,
And she,
when Mother is so close, it's really hard to concentrate on anything else.
Yeah.
she was also very like she had a lot of trepidation about it as well.
She was upset that we weren't taking action. We were humming and hawing.
Won't be the last time.
The Mantle was upset you were not doing action. Like the Salumane, as the current iteration of Clotho, she was really trying to help. She was not saying you should do the thing, but she was basically saying, in this instance, it is really hard to not act. So I'm kind of limited in how much I can, just sit here and have a chat with you about this.
And we thankfully asked her what she thought about us spewing Quicksilver all over this prison.
And she was
I needed to go back and listen to that for the exact wording because I thought it was so good.
I don't remember what it was.
It was something like, I can't come up with a word for enemy that's strong enough.
I think Drock's question was like, how would it be seen as a hostile act or something? And she was like, I can't conceive of a more I can't conceive of an act that would be more hostile.
Yeah, so then we find out that the vampires imprisoned the Darksire here. And I think based on our sendings with On, we think it's because the Darksire has like complete control of vampires. So if he were released, they would all be subservient to his will.
And I think we asked her, is there a way to release one without releasing the other? But I don't remember what her response was.
Well, we said we thought it was keeping Lachesis imprisoned, and she kind of mused to herself that maybe it was worth the trade-off. But I don't think that, she wasn't like, no, it's not. You could just go talk to Summer. She was like, oh, well, if that's the case, maybe you got to do what you got to do.
And she also told you all she did not know that the power that was keeping the Darksire imprisoned was from the Summer Queen. Like, if that's a thing, it's not something she was aware of.
Mm-hmm.
So then that means that the vampires, including On, back in the day, built this prison for the Darksire while Lachesis was already in this star.
Could it have, well, yeah, so we're getting off the topic of recap and into speculation, but when do we not? So, I'm wondering if they were sort of like, oh, we need a place to imprison this dude, and something about the existing prison of Lachesis
But they didn't know it
was
was a prison of
ideal for this
Lachesis.
situation. Yeah, they probably didn't know.
I don't know. That seems a little wild to me, but
But then also she knows who Lachesis is, which kind of indicates that she wasn't always imprisoned during Anne's lifetime, right?
So correct. And I will also say that you are asking a good question, and there is an answer to that question. So if there's this we feel like we're confused about something here, yeah, there is a logical disconnect that is, if you want to unravel it, there is something there to unravel.
Didn't the adversary killed the gods, right?
mm-hmm.
So On was alive when the gods were killed.
Yeah.
And were the gods killed in the second war?
Yes.
And the first war was when the summer courts were locked up.
I believe so.
Well, I guess both courts, but the winter court actually still
Good night, Destiny.
exists. One of the winter queens is still free.
How do we know that?
Because she's on Matsebo.
Free is a strong word.
Yeah, she's in the
Sage
one in the
said
ice
that-
block that's being assaulted.
No, they're waiting for her. Because Sage said that winter is trying to press its luck in its war against the adversary.
But she's not like out in the world. She's not able to like do anything.
Well,
I think they're waiting for her
grandmother
to do something.
Grandmother Summer is like in a similar, well, I think potentially in a similar position where like Nasinha told us that she's in like her realm
Hmm.
and you have to be invited,
hmm
but that doesn't mean like you know she's in her room but not allowed to come out.
Right.
But she's not imprisoned. I
Yeah,
guess.
that's what
Or
it
the
seems
winter,
like.
the Winter Queen.
But she's sort of in like a prison of her own making, I guess.
Yeah, so the least of the Winter Queens is trapped in a prison of her own defenses. So we have a lot of
So
discussion.
then we didn't do the stupid thing where we crash a bunch of hostile Fae killing lab into into a prison for the Queen of Summer.
Which, for the record, was like a, oh, we're gonna actually steal this ship level fucking left turn in the campaign, like. Because like I didn't think you guys would get to keep the ship. It was supposed to explode and set off an international incident, and I feel like your ship is kind of important to what you guys are doing. But like doing that to the Darksire would have been insane. Like that would have been very different. That would have been like world altering stuff.
Like, would all vampires have immediately died?
He's still imprisoned in that thing, so
Mhm.
figure out later maybe.
That's how vampires work, right? When you kill their person, their line dies.
Oh, maybe.
Is that?
In some vampire
It is
movies.
part of.
Okay.
Yeah, it is kind of part of the like. It's not like core vampire lore, but it's like the extended vampire lore, where if you kill the master or the little
like-
vampire babies
like
also
Blade.
die.
I think that's a Blade
So-
one.
This is going to be setting the thing to the way back. But this is something that has come up in the campaign before and has come up in world.
Yeah, when one of many watched Blade. Sorry.
The big thing is during the arguments between the vampire courts, the Kurdisang has according to the others, has a very weak hand, has a very weak ability to control and be linked with the other members of her court. And that is seen as a weakness, whereas for some of the other courts, it's significantly stronger. So that element is in there somewhere, that killing the king or killing the queen can do something, if not destroy, but do something to the ones below them. But that's one of the differences between the courts. They function a little differently.
So if An had killed the Night King back in the Haven times, maybe all of the Tari would have died.
But Margot wants to kill the Night King.
That's true.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Do we know for a fact that the dagger that Margot has is it Alan Turi?
Oh,
Alan.
Is that the name of the Night King?
No,
Cur-
it's not.
Okay.
It's not Alan, but now I can't think of what it actually is.
So
Am I
it is
making
Alan.
up the name like Alan Turi? Is that like
So one of the other people that you met has a very similar name to Alan, but that was not the Night King. That was the Turi that was in.
I literally might be thinking of Alan Turing.
You might be thinking of Alan Rickman.
Or you might be thinking of Alana, who is a Desang, the person whose name you
oh yeah,
from.
Lisa.
Lisa? God. Alana quotation mark Lisa quotation mark the song.
Oh my god, you guys are killing me. I don't remember his name now.
I don't either.
Maurin. His name is Maurin, I think.
Oh, because it was almost Morin.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
So if we need to do an all Weekend at Bernie's switcheroo type situation, I could probably fake my way in.
Warren, Marin, Vampire Revenant. I mean,
Honestly.
getting close. Anyways,
So yeah, we don't know that that dagger was for Morin and not for the capital D Darksire.
So, well, but we might.
But we might.
And this is probably something that Gary would have to tell us if our players know. The name on the dagger, is that for Morin to Turi?
so you guys saw the knife, so you
Yeah.
know that the name matches the head of Kuraturi. So
Okay.
it is not this other guy. It is not Hearn. It is. the
God,
head
can
of
you
Kuraturi.
imagine
Yeah.
if we were like, oh fuck, we just helped Margot.
So
So we decide not to completely derail a facet of our campaign
Mm-hmm.
and fly into a star.
Uh-huh.
And we open up all of our weapons platforms to Al Shaib's realm so that he can protect us from the star. And we find Mother.
Inside of a seed.
And I'm gonna have to spend so much time trying to figure out where, but I remember stars being called seeds by something.
Ooh,
Somebody called a star a seed at some point in the campaign, and I have
They did
no
indeed.
idea when, no idea who, and there's only like 60 hours to listen to.
That's
That's at
a
two.
gross
That's
underestimate.
no, that's at 2 times speed.
You think we only have 120 hours of material? You're
I-
crazy.
Well, no, left. I've already listened to a lot.
Oh, okay. This is why you should just type up my notes, Josh.
Kylie takes handwritten notes for this campaign, by the way, guys.
It didn't seem like a bad idea
And
4 years ago.
I've taken up a new note-taking method with a new software. And she was like, "Oh, I can just read you my notes and you can transcribe them." I'm like, "That sounds worse."
Run them through AI.
Oh, that's true.
I
There
hate
is
this.
stuff now. You could take pictures and it will write it.
Man, the AI would have a fucking field day with proper nouns and random concepts.
Yeah,
think it just
she
does
is not going to get
letters.
mistranslated.
It just does letters.
It's mostly I just think the concept's funny.
By the way,
Yeah.
there's 84 videos at roughly 5 hours a piece. Is probably 420 hours.
There's actually a tool that lets you see what the total playlist time is, and I've used it a couple times just for shits and giggles.
Well, Josh only joined the campaign in what date?
However, we
Here.
started recording the campaign 1 session after I joined.
Here you go. The total length of the playlist is 14 days and 11 hours.
Yeah, but at 2 times speed, it's only 7 days and 5.5 hours.
Or at half speed, it's 28 days.
Who is listening to it at half speed? Do you know how many long pauses there are? Literally listening to this campaign at 2 times speed is like a normal conversation.
Anyways, you fly into the star. You get the queen out of the seed. What happens next?
We have our conversation. It
I
takes
think-
2 days.
I think I was kind of enraptured and I have almost no notes here for this. So this is all based on memory.
She said like the first thing was like, "Oh, you've been wronged to Drock."
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And was like, there should only ever be one summer night. And there are apparently 3. One of them is Phil, and the other one was Champion. Now I in my notes had Champion Amos, but apparently that was the wrong name, but the same person. What was the correct name?
Amon.
Amon. that's her
Amon.
name.
Yeah, Champion Amon, who is the battle mind that was it Arn told Drock about? when Drock was like, "I want to find other battle mines," and Arn was like, "Yeah, there's." Oh no, sorry, it was Clotho. Sorry, it was Clotho who told him about Champion Amoth. Amon.
Right.
Sorry, I'm gonna keep saying Amoth.
I mean, yeah, I got it wrong, so no worries. There was some confusion because I think Drock thought that was the case, but the battle mines that An was going to connect Drock to, I mean, you can know now, but she was going to send him to the Minotaur, because there are battle mines among the Minotaur. That was An's plan. An did not know who Champion Amon was.
Cool. Yeah. Anyway, it was a whole thing. But she was Lachesis was basically like, I will summon them here and you guys can fight it out amongst yourselves for who gets to be the one and only Summer Knight. But like seemed to think that was the best way to like honor Drock. And then was confused when we were like, yeah, that's cool, don't worry about it. Like,
Yeah, I don't want to die.
these are modern times. You can have more than one knight.
She doesn't seem to really agree with that assertion that you can have more than one knight, but does not want to go against what's already happening. And if it's going to be a problem for you guys, and she kind of owes you one, all right, I guess we can have more than one for the moment.
And part of the reason was when she like thought about Champion Amon, she was like, "Oh, the champion does not exist in your reality." I think because they've been forbiddenced. And that if she were to bring her here, it would make her vulnerable, or alert the adversary to her presence or something. So she said it wasn't a good idea for her to summon Amon here.
It was an overt action, and one of the other issues is that if she's in normal reality, she should be thousands of years old. But from her perspective, she remembered Champion Amon was immortal back then. So we put a pin on that. Maybe we'll do that later. Then move on to the next conversation topic, which totally doesn't get problematic at all, and lets the queen stay under the radar as it is.
Yeah.
We told her about her brother being captured in a little prison.
And then I got to use one of my favorite pieces of art that I've generated literally ever, and it didn't take me like 10 hours.
So I think we call him the Darksire, is that right? Or do we call him the Night King?
Lord of the Kill.
Do we? Yeah.
Lord of
Lord of the Kill is correct. That is one of his names.
But he is the Lord of the Hunt currently, right?
No, the Hunt is the good one. Kill is the bad one.
Well,
good and bad are
good
relative
and-
concepts.
Yeah.
One is winter and one is summer.
Yeah.
Kill is when he's a murderous vampire sire, and Hunt, we don't know.
I assume Hunt is when he's goblinoid.
So when he's the Lord of the Hunt, that means that he is closer to summer. When he's the Lord of the Kill, that means he's closer to winter. And so you say this thing, and she says, "No, we're not talking about things using pseudonyms and other weird shit. Call things what they're called."
And so she calls him
And
Herd.
we said we can't.
At which point she continues being very subtle and does what?
She opens all these portals and calls back Hearn, her brother,
She casts a multiplanar ritual.
to break forbiddances.
Yep, to destroy every forbiddance on his name.
So he is the Dark Sire, right? As well.
Yes.
Mhm.
So who you've been calling the Darksire, the Lord of the Kill, the Lord of the Hunt, the King of the Wild Fae, Lord Hearn.
And Hearn takes 2 forms.
Yes.
Okay.
Depending on whether he's closer to winter or closer to summer, there is an implication obvious there, but they talk about there being 2 forms. So she does this ritual, and then I think that was basically the end of the session.
Mhm.
Yes.
That was her doing her chant.
We spent 5 hours to make 2 decisions.
And again, I know this is calling back, setting the machine to way back. Did the way that she did this summoning, the breaking of the forbiddens, the summoning of Lord Hearn's name back into the world, did that feel familiar to you, Kylie, from way back in the day?
You have to be more specific.
From all the way back, and the reason I'm asking you rather than asking anyone else is because this is back during World Ship Prosperity. I don't know if you have notes from back then, but
I do.
I don't know if you have notes about this, I should say.
About someone casting a multiplanar.
No, but the way that she said it. So, by my blood and my bone, by my name and my throne, I call on my need, by fire, by seed, return my brother from the arms of mine other, all creation uncover, a name rediscover. I call you caller of the horn, Hearn, Hearn, Hearn. You've heard a ritual like this.
Yes. I mean, when we freed her by fire, right? She had a similar little poem, although I didn't write it down. Yes.
That's fine.
Yep.
Mostly it's just, this is something that's happened multiple times in the campaign is the only thing I'm pointing out.
Yeah.
So you guys are in front of the queen. She's, the portals slowly fade away. And she seems ready to talk, ready to have a chat. Willing to answer what questions you have that she can answer. So who wants to step up? Who wants to do something? I see why it takes 5 hours.
Wow.
All
Look,
right. I'll just go through the questions that we
long
have.
established that Griffle
Mother.
is not the face of this party.
Mother, will we have gotten the backlogged visions by the time we talk to you?
No. They will happen after you get done with this.
Oh my god, Gary said the same thing.
Mom. Okay. Look, I was looking for seed in 2,000 pages of handwritten multicolored pen. Okay.
All right, I got to do it. I'm sorry. I got your seed right here.
JP has questions.
That was a very
JP,
awkward pause.
Yeah, I was just looking through my list.
It'll be less awkward at 2 times speed.
Will it?
keep convincing yourself that.
Yeah,
Was that 8 seconds? No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I did have a list ongoing, so I'll just work through some. I just don't know where to start. They're not in a great order. A while back, when one of many was in my body, she triggered a third eye type of power that's related to the mantle. What was that power?
So the queen shakes her head and says, "You are a potential crusader. It has nothing to do with my power specifically, but those with gifted and with a gift for the psionic, who become favored of the courts, they can be ones to join the crusade.
And this is JP asking the group, because I don't remember. Do we know what she means by a crusader?
When she
I mean,
says crusade as well, there's a weird rippling in the air, like she's pressing up against something that's been forbidden.
So the
It was one of the things that the adversary was afraid of.
the Yellow Crusade.
It's something we have heard mentioned only a couple times. We don't really know the details about them, but there's some sort of fighters.
Okay. So I'll ask the Queen. Are you referring to what we call the Yellow Crusade? We've only heard of it in passing.
She says, yellow. I guess that you could, yes. They are identified by something that is yellow. Perhaps that is how it is filtered through the ages. The
Topaz.
Mm-hmm.
Topaz Crusade.
Is that because they all have the third eye topaz thing?
She gestures and you see a little gemstone appear above her head, and she taps it with the side of her finger and says, "These are gifted to each of those that prove themselves worthy to the crusade. It is a manifestation of nature to resist all that would corrupt. It is one of the few ways mortal kind can grasp and gain the protection of a nature."
Mm.
If I have not been gifted one of those, how did one of many trigger it?
She shakes her head. No, it's not like that. It's not something that you have to be given. It is something you have to earn, to understand, to embody, to reach out and take. You can't take it from certain things if they do not have the ability or the will to give it to you. But at the end of the day, if you have proven yourself worthy, you can manifest your topaz. You can draw upon the nature of those that would resist.
All right, not to the group. So does that mean one of many is more worthy than me because she triggered it almost instantly?
Obviously, yeah.
Obviously,
that is,
right?
heavy implication.
Drock just looks sad by all this news.
So when it happened, I gave an explanation to Kylie, to one of that, or rather, I gave an explanation to Kylie, but one of many had an explanation for it. Kylie or one, do you remember why you were able to manifest it?
Oh man, not off the top of my head. I do remember it was something about my psionic power being outwardly focused and your psionic power being inwardly focused. Is that what you mean?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
So it's not that she's more worthy than you are, but her power is about drawing power into herself. That's how she does psionics. She draws power into herself and then uses it. You don't do that. You'd redirect all psionics into yourself and then use it to change your body to do things. So you're very focused inward. She's very focused outward. And so that's what it was easier for her to grasp, because that's what she's used to doing with her psionics. That's not what you're used to doing with your psionics.
Fair enough. Does anyone else have any questions pertaining to that before I move on? Because I don't think I have anything else that I'm thinking of at the moment.
Well, while we're on the topic of the Topaz Crusade, are they affiliated with the courts? How do they work, and why would the adversary fear them?
They are affiliated with the courts, specifically affiliated with my court. The manifestation of their topaz, it is a piece of the remnant power of nature when nature was given to creatures of significant power. They are taking chips of great pieces that were given to fundamental powers in the universe. They are taking those chips, putting mortal will into it, and using it in a way that is unpredictable for those that are used to dealing either with creatures with nature or with creatures with no nature. They stride a balance between the two, able to will themselves the protection of a nature, but still having the free action of those without.
What protections does a nature provide?
There are many things the adversary has in their ability to corrupt things, but corruption happens in subtle ways. A decision here or there that is made for a reason where the reason has been changed without the knowledge of the one making the decision. Creatures of nature are prevented from this subtle form of influence. They can still choose to act against their nature, but if they are acting within their nature, the subtle things that would change from one hand to another cannot affect them. It is one of the fundamental rules that makes things real in a way that I'm not sure I can properly explain it to someone who is mortal.
I was thinking the same question because I was going to ask the group. We know a bit about nature, but I didn't understand the protection it gives. So interesting.
And you've heard from several different things that creatures of nature get something from the process, and that acting against it makes them vulnerable. So she's basically just saying that that thing where they do get protection from having a nature, that's what the topaz is tapping into.
I have a related but tangential question, if that won't bother anybody.
Go for it.
We know that Dalseth was corrupted by the adversary, but he had a nature. How did that happen?
He did not have a nature. One of the primary elements of a knight is that they are mortal. They are without nature. They need to function as such in order to be a tool that is usable by the courts. The creature Dalsath became immortal. It changed its fundamental presence, and in that change, it was corrupted. I will say you can tell that she has very little emotion about a lot of things. That seems to be something that is obviously sparking a bit of emotion. She is unhappy to talk about that. Maybe not in the, she will refuse to talk about it, but more of like she's emotionally invested in disliking Dalseth on a much stronger level.
Yeah.
So, would you say then that you have reason to believe that his corruption was somehow intentional, that he sought this immortality and by doing so allowed this corruption?
Yes. He is mortal, so he makes choices as a mortal. Their romance was ever doomed, a winter night and a summer lady. But it could have lasted for a time and then been gone. But that is not a way a mortal wishes to think. So many of the tales I remember from when I was mortal about my kind were that there would be a happily ever after. I believe that is what he sought. He did not wish to be a mortal consort to an immortal thing. Instead, he reasoned, if he were immortal, then they would be happy forever after.
And we believe in talking with Purgator of the Vault that he stole souls from the Winter Court.
In his ability to act as representative, yes.
Was that a part of this plot? Do you know why he did that?
Payment. Payment for immortality.
Payment to the adversary?
Yes, the only way to truly unbalance the souls in the vault for the foundations of the universe was to send those souls outside.
What does the adversary do with those souls?
They are incorporated, unmade in a way that is intentionally impossible to understand. I do not have conceptualization of it, but there may be some mortals that do.
You mentioned you mentioned that there is nature that was granted to the powers of the universe. What
Yes.
or whom granted those natures? And was it the same person who or entity that granted the mirror?
They were not the same entity. One is older than the other. But the specifics of the granting of nature goes back a very long way to the original mothers. They worked in unison to create the boundaries of the universe. They, in their wisdom, came together and structured a system that would allow those within it to be within and allow them to have freedom from those without. And it was in their creation there was a small difference in opinions. This might seem alien to one who is experiencing things so far down the timeline of the universe, but there was a time when there was no summer and winter court. And the disagreements between the two of them when they worked in unison created two different sides and many of the fundamental laws of our people.
And they were the original queens?
The original Queen Mothers, yes.
Oh, like so grandmothers, not.
Yes.
The queens that were.
What was the disagreement?
She sits, you see her eyes flicker through several stages of green and gold, and then she takes a breath, thinks about it for a second, does it again. Hang on one second.
I suppose, since she is mother, she's got to go do parent things.
Mm-hmm.
Dad.
Children.
So Dalseth did it for love.
Yeah.
Crucify him.
The crazy things you do for love, right?
Push the universe out the window.
That kind of makes me more mad about it though, because why can't he just be like a modern man and sit back and support and respect his woman?
Yeah. Accept your place in life.
Yeah, beta male.
I'm just going to come back and hope that conversation was not about me.
It was not. No.
My daughter
What's
was
wrong with
complaining
being a
because-
beta male, Gary?
My daughter was complaining because she's lonely, because she has to
Aw.
go to sleep by herself in her own room.
Aww.
A lonely time.
Time to get a dog.
But both kids need a dog, so 2 dogs.
Anyways,
Delphi is
So
the
the
OG
question was,
beta
what
male.
were the disagreements
Between
between
mother,
the Queen Mothers?
the Queen Mothers, yeah.
and then you can see her having to go through several stages, and then finally say, "I think the amount I would have to simplify the problem would make it somewhat useless as a distinction. Suffice to say, they disagreed on the amount at which creatures of different levels of strength should be able to interact with one another, and to what degrees freedom of choice should matter in how natures function."
Oh,
Mm.
so would it be a very simple but correct way to say that because the courts of summer govern the interactions between mortals and immortals, that the Queen Mother who created summer believed that mortals should be able to interact with those on a different power scale to them, and the court of winter did not?
I would say that the essence of the conflict was represented when I wrote the Accords. Yes. It is not one that led to the other as you have described, but their disagreement is echoed in the decisions of the Accords.
Oh my God, will she sign our copy?
um, so the Queen Mother's disagreement led to you writing the Accords, but those Accords govern things beyond the courts. Yes.
Yes, I think more correctly said, it would be that the far later creation of the Accords was a symptom of the different perspectives of the courts, and those different perspectives were originally founded upon that disagreement.
Right.
Like rules were needed because of the disagreement.
Yes.
And what was it about your Accords that allowed everyone to agree? How, like, essentially, sorry, I guess I would say, like, how did you bind others to this agreement who disagreed with you?
Again, it is a second level of things. The binding, as you would call it, was by the originals. Their original thing with their original disagreement is what codified the rules and laws. They built everything. The Accords simply sought to explain those things in terms that other creatures with lesser understanding of the fundamental laws of the universe could understand and, if not necessarily obey, at least comprehend.
I see.
Were these disagreements limited to the Queen Mothers?
They can't be.
I've heard our reality described as a table with 4 legs, with the summer and winter courts forming the foundation of alternate ends of the table, and the gods and primordials forming the foundations at the other ends of the table.
Yes?
So was the disagreement on the interaction solely between winter and summer, or did it include the primordials and the gods in this creation of reality?
No. The analogy of the table would come later. What was crafted was the surface, the structures that would make up, in this analogy, the table's legs, that would allow for balance between the different things were created after the surface and the playing field existed. They were created afterwards to make sure that the playing field stayed level.
Interesting. And the adversary has attempted to systematically remove each of the legs of the table.
She thinks about it and says, I guess that could be an explanation of their activities. Yes?
How do you see their activities?
I see their activities as best I can from their perspective. It is difficult when you are having a disagreement to think only in the ways that you think, but that is also how we must live our lives. We can never actually be other things than what we are. Even if you aren't a creature of nature, our perspective defines us, and it is hard to step away from it. But insofar as I can, I think that they see reality as messy, as a mistake, as a change from the order of the pure chaos of the outside. This place that we all exist within is an aberrant bubble for them, though we see everything outside as an aberration to us.
So they think a perfect order is no order at all, nothing existing, no choice.
No, they think the perfect order would be everything existing and all choices at all times, in all ways that can be seen at any point in the timeline, all as one entity. They see the restrictive rules of reality as unnecessary things, and as the unnecessary laws of reality spread, it hinders their ability to act in complete and total freedom.
Hmm.
I knew someone was going to say it.
But like hive mind libertarians.
Yeah, the purest form.
Well, I don't think the adversary thinks that there are individuals.
Mm.
They have individuals only so much as a thought needs be concluded. Individuality is only event to them. It isn't a state of existence. She thinks about it for a second and then says, I think for them, they experience reality as we would a play.
Was
So-
it the? Go ahead.
Oh, there you go.
Was it the adversary who put the forbiddance on you and the others?
Pieces of, yes. Although I believe it is the foremost of the ones that have invaded the inside that would be able to do this. I do not yet know for certain.
And are the foremost the walkers?
The foremost of the ones you would call walkers, yes. You can tell that when you kind of switch the conversation specifically to here, that she's looking at you purposefully like, I know that there's going to be questions you're asking in specific here.
I'm just trying to think of how to ask the question without risking the names. And I can't think of a way, so.
Did anybody ever try to reason with the adversary? Could they not leave our bubble of reality alone?
It is inherently against their ideology. They have the understanding that all things are within their domain to experience. It does not matter where or when or why or how. They can exist anywhere along any timeline, explore any thought as they so choose in the far realm. The outside allows them to take any guise of any thought that comes to them. They can play in any story as any actor or actress, as any object they wish, whenever they shall choose. To have an area within all of that that they cannot touch, something that they are told they are unable to experience, is as close to anathema to them as they can truly have.
And is this why the wall was created?
It is. It is why there is an inside and an outside.
And who created the wall?
The will of the original mothers.
So you're telling me, this is out of character, by the way. You're telling me that, like, two badass bitches sat down one day and is like, yeah, let's create reality.
That's what she's saying.
Huh. Well, they did a bad job.
What about the voiceless talkers? We know that they are agents of the adversary. Why would they want to return to the far realm?
For the same reason as the rest. There is an element that they know to be pure freedom, to be pure power. Again, that feeling and idea of being able to be whoever that you wish, wherever, whenever, do anything you want without bonds of reason or logic or time. No body or soul or identity, no reasons or logic, no things to hold one back. It is alluring to many things. And for the voiceless ones, it is part of how they were created when they were sent into this reality.
So they were sent by the adversary.
That is a reasonable belief. There are pieces missing from reality, from the first war, things that were erased, entire civilizations and peoples that their omission is difficult to comprehend. In your more modern terms, it would be as if an entire civilization and its peoples, all of its ways and cultures and histories and identities, forbidden all at once. And so everything else collectively forgot them. We know some things were afflicted by this. but we do not know how deeply the fabric of reality was torn during that first war.
Is this the first war where Summer was defeated?
No. I cannot say that in this war anything was truly defeated, but it was the first iteration of the cycle. It is difficult for me to recall all of the details correctly. I had. Back then, I had yet to come into this throne. The DM is going to say for a second, do you understand what she says when she says that?
Yeah, she wasn't the queen when the first war happened, so there was a queen before her that potentially was killed
That's not
as part of that
exactly
war.
what she said.
Or graduated? Was she was the Clotho?
That's right. She was the queen yet to come.
Does that mean that Clotho hadn't even come into her mantle when this happened?
Yes.
Is that why she didn't respond? Because she was like, "Oh, I'm Clotho now, and I'm being called to this war, and I kind of don't want to go."
Don't know. You also
I
don't
thought that
know if
was.
you're talking about the same war.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a different war.
Because Sage told us that the summer courts were destroyed in the war.
But that's the first war that he remembers, those 10,000 years ago. This war
Yeah.
might have been like
Yeah.
way. Hmm.
So, like, as she's kind of noticing, and you guys are talking about the whole, like, when things are happening, she says, there are things that are ancient, and then there are things that are ancient when other things are new. Some of those things are pieces now. Some of them still remain whole. Some of them, as myself, have been locked or sealed away, or a mantle passed from one to another. She looks over at Clotho, who's sort of making herself small in the side of the room, and then looks back and says, and some of those things mortals find a way to bind themselves to. She looks directly at one of many.
What? Is she looking at my orb?
She's looking at you, but maybe she's looking at the orb.
Didn't you think your sister was mother?
I thought she was grandmother.
Sorry, just because I'm thinking of it, and she's looking at one. Can she remove the walker from one's head?
My sweet
That
baby.
would be handy.
I mean, yeah.
Is that something you want to ask of her? Is that something that Drock would have said out loud?
I probably actually, knowing me, I would have just, when she kind of focused on one and said that, I'd be like, you mean the walker?
So she looks and kind of like, looks like she's looking through one, and the shadow, because she generates a small amount of light just by standing there. The light gets brighter and the shadows around one of many get significantly darker. And you see her focus as she says, if you wish it, I could remove the becomer from you.
Oh, hell
I
yes.
I have been told to remove it would draw its attention.
It would.
Is that one of the walkers? Sorry. The walkers and the shadows are different, right? The star shadows? My brain's
Yes.
getting them mixed up. Okay.
Yes.
The walkers are like the big bad boys. The star shadows are the medium bad boys.
And then the faceless talkers and the parasites are the small time bad boys.
Mm-hmm.
So many bad guys. Is there a way to remove it without drawing its attention?
If there is, I do not know of one. Perhaps people have learned since I've been imprisoned, but I am rapidly learning. Her eyes flicker through that green and gold again. And so far, I do not know of a way. But were I to remove Shadowkiller, their attention would be on me. I have fought them in the past, and I know they would not choose to engage me. They would go squealing and crying to their brother and sister and send one of the 6 that were taken for me.
Wait, what?
Ooh.
One of the 6 that were taken?
She nods.
Who are the 6 that were taken?
Hope Slayer, Defiler, Banisher, Anathema, Stillness, and Fugue. The 6 fundamentals taken from our reality, brought to the outside, and returned with the other 5.
I am. Is anyone I'm fully not understanding what she's saying.
I mean, she's naming walkers. I don't understand. Can you say that again,
What-
Gary?
Yeah.
So she says there were 6 that were taken, and they were taken to the far realm, changed and corrupted, and came back as walkers with the other 5.
Oh, what were they before?
We cannot know. Their very essences were destroyed. We believe that they were pieces of a previous iteration of what we would consider reality.
Oh.
So were they? There were 3 original walkers, and they created others.
5.
Yeah, so she says there are 5.
Originals, and they created others.
5 originals, we believe, that came into our reality and stole 6 primordial things. 6 fundamental pieces of reality that were taken and corrupted with the purpose of returning and destroying the rest.
When she says primordial things, she means like foundational, not
Yeah,
like.
she doesn't mean like primordial creatures, yeah.
Yeah. So 6 entities who were foundational were taken to the far realm, corrupted, and returned as 6 more walkers to make a total of 11.
Correct.
Mhm.
Hmm.
And would she name for us the 5 original and the 6 that were changed?
She thinks about it for a moment and then says, I wish to help you in ways that I believe you are asking, not in the ways that you are actually asking. Would it be safe to assume you wish for me to speak about them in terms that will not draw their attention or will not harm the surrounding reality?
Do not name them.
Yep.
Please
That's-
invoke all 11 walkers.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
that
basically
is
what she's
correct.
saying. She's like, I could do that. Is that what you want to
Griffle has the deepest desire to just completely pummel Morin right now.
If we got Hearn in
Wait,
here,
why?
could the 2 of them take the 11 walkers? Just asking. Oh, battle royale to end the entire campaign.
Yeah, I mean,
We can
Bedveer,
shoot the lab out too. Lab battle royale.
Bedveer did pretty well against one walker. I'm sure she could put down.
No,
He did
Bedveer did
terribly.
terribly against one walker.
I
Terminus
mean,
was playing with him.
Yeah.
no, I thought. Well, I mean, I know he was like kind of holding his own for a little bit. No,
Not even
no.
close.
not even.
No, he was
Okay.
not.
All
He
right.
was absolutely getting mashed into a mountainside.
And Terminus was gloating over the fact that he was about to destroy him when we stabbed him in the eye.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And we also sacrificed almost all of our healing surges in order to do like a not completely damaging but still surprising amount of damage, narrative damage to Terminus.
Spent all of our healing surges to effectively blind
Poke him in the eye one time.
someone in the eye.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys did fantastically for the record on that challenge.
And that was all we got. To be fair, we did blind somebody like 30 years of the past, which is kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So
I still don't really
basically,
get how that works, but yeah.
she says, "I can do that if that's something you want to do. I can talk about them if that's what you're trying to ask. I can describe them, but you asked me to name them. That is, I think, not what you're asking me to do in reality.
So,
right?
question: if you just named 6 of them for us
But she didn't
Without-
capital N name them.
without invoking them,
No,
Correct.
So
it was
do
he who
that.
or she who.
do that for the other 5.
So she says, the common monikers is what you ask.
Yes,
Yes.
Sure.
and please.
So she would name the 6 that were taken first: Hope Slayer, Defiler, Banisher, Anathema, Stillness, and Fugue. So those 6 are the first that she names. And then she would say, and then there are 3 and 2. So Slayer, Harbinger, and Becomer. And then lastly, Disdainer and Subjugator.
Okay, wait. Okay, so we've got Slayer, Harbinger, Becomer, Defiler, Banisher, Fugue, Hope Slayer, Anathema. Who is he who binds?
Is
I
that
don't think we've heard that one before.
is that something you're going to actually say in front of her?
Uh,
He's intentionally not doing that.
well,
I'm saying, like, is this Kylie
No.
musing or is this one musing?
this is Kylie trying to clean
Okay.
up the Google Doc.
Okay. I was like, please don't do that. She just asked you not to.
Okay, and Terminus is also a name that I would know that we shouldn't use.
So Terminus is not
Yes.
either a he name, so it's not that same sort of thing, but it's also not one of the ones that she listed.
Yeah.
So there are other pieces. That is one of those things that you could ask.
So
we
I
know
mean,
who Terminus is.
out of character, I know Terminus is he who walks behind, he who comes after. But
Mhm.
those are. But I should never use the he who or she who. That's what we shouldn't do.
Yeah, at least in this conversation with her, she's saying, "I'm not using that specifically."
Okay.
I thought it was the other way around, where like we can say he who or she who because that's how they're commonly referred to, and then but we can't say like Terminus or
That's also what I thought. But
yeah.
So, yes, so that is correct in all conversations except this one.
Okay.
She is making
Oh.
clear that when you're talking about the walkers with her, that she's using this other form because that other form would bring their attention.
okay.
Okay.
So I would say to her, there is one that we know as Terminus. Do you
The
know?
Slayer, yes.
Slayer. Okay.
He's one of the originals, right?
He's one of the 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Disdainer and Subjugator are the first 2. Then there's Slayer, Harbinger, and the Becomer.
Slayer, Harbinger, and Becomer are the first 3.
There's 2 and then there's 3.
Yes.
What are
Three.
the
3
two
and then
and-
2.
what's the difference between the 2 and the 3? I'm just trying to take notes.
So
We
she
haven't
would
asked
say
her.
they work as teams, one and another. The one you call Terminus is the name it has because it is first of the three. Dominus is first of the two,
Dominus.
the subjugator.
Yeah.
Okay. But what is the distinction between the 2 and the 3? Just those are the ones that hang out together?
We don't have information I can speak as truth to answer that question.
Okay.
There are people that believe different things, but the truth of the matter might have been removed from a previous iteration of reality.
Okay.
So this is JP talking to the group. I don't understand why this conversation, the naming, is different. Still.
We don't
We
either.
don't either.
Can I just ask the Queen? I'll just ask, why when speaking to you do we have to refer to the names differently than when we speak with others?
Bedwyr invoked Terminus using the name Terminus
He did.
instead of other names. So why is that different?
And that's the question you're asking her. And she says, because your speech, when you invoke these specific things, is in its own way invoking the ideal of the walker in the framework of the universe. I do not speak in a language, I speak in all language. When I speak of the essence of a thing, it is different than you speaking with a description of a thing.
Okay.
Doesn't mean anything, lady.
Means
She thinks about it for a second and says, imagine if you were to describe to me something such as water being wet. If in your description of the matter, you made that true, that before you spoke the concept and idea, water was dry, it could not soak anything. A towel laid upon a puddle would just sit there, nothing would sink into it. But when you spoke the concept that water is wet, if that idea being spoken by you specifically would change reality such that it would attempt to follow your will, that is what would happen were I to speak their true names. The names that you speak as descriptions are pieces designed to make others speak those names so that they may have a portion of what it means when I speak them. The rules of reality have been broken, and broken along such lines as to make it easier for their will to return, for what they wish to happen to come to pass. They wish for water to be wet, and so they pass to all things that can live, that the correct way to speak of them is as water is wet. Does this make more sense?
Fear of a name engenders fear of a thing itself.
Sort of, yes, yeah. But she's basically trying to say that the reason it is the way that it is now is because it used to be the way that she's explaining it, and the outsiders and walkers and stuff have broke reality to the point that the way that you know it is the reverse of the way that it was before.
So what we've been doing is bad.
On a grand scheme, yes. But it is not something that will harm anything for individual mortals to do. If someone like me submitted to this new understanding of reality, it could cause a great deal of destruction.
I see. Then
So if we use the phrase, if we use the term, this is like Foxy talking. So if we use the term like, this person walks on the what's one of the walkers' names?
He who binds.
He who binds. So this, if we were to say like, oh, this person binds, that gives them more power to do that thing.
But not if we do it. Only if she does it.
Yeah.
She's saying also if you do it, but it's
It's small.
yeah, it's a very small thing.
But so basically, every time people avoid saying their proper name, they like create more power for them.
They're actually
Correct.
saying their proper name. Yeah.
Correct. And she's saying that's what they did. They broke reality so that people thought the way to avoid saying the name that invokes their power is the way that gives them more power.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Then, so the 6 who were taken from here, to clarify, there's Defiler, Banisher, Fugue, Hopeslayer, Anathema, and what's the last one?
Stillness.
Stillness.
Mhm.
Okay. And there is one that we know.
One
I'm
second.
making- Yep.
A minor thing. If you're kind of trying to talk with her about things,
Mhm.
she will make a point of always saying the 6 in the same order. So like if you like, oh, well, what's this one and this one? She won't skip down the list. She'll always say them in order.
What's the
Okay.
order?
So the order is Hopeslayer, Defiler, Banisher, Anathema, Stillness, and Fugue.
Okay. All right. And then, so I will say to her, and I'm going to pause here. I'm going to say their title, but I believe that it is a minor wound to the universe. There is one who is known as He Who Binds. Which is that?
So
Stillness?
you say that, and you can tell she kind of flinches at it a little bit, and then says, "You, whether intentionally or not, did not say the proper name, but you were close enough in my presence that it could be potentially damaging to everything. Me hearing it and knowing it is similar to me speaking it, but to a lesser degree. The one I believe you are referring to, however, is the Dominus."
Disdain.
Oh,
So that's subjugator. So the subjugator / Dominus, the proper name for him is he whose walking binds all to serve.
yes, I did have that down and did not say that. And
Yeah. So she's
so
like,
that's
I think that's
the
where you're
Mac
going from.
Daddy. That's the Mac
That
Daddy.
that is the leader of the two.
Okay, cool.
So, all of this is great information, but we started this by, the fact that one has one of the walkers in her mind. I get that banishing it will draw attention, but is that safer to do here and let the attention go to the queen? Or is it safer to just leave it in her head? I do want to ask that to the queen, basically.
It is not necessarily in my nature to choose the safe option. I am connected with mortals to a degree that many of the other queens are not. My daughter, she is connected more fully, even more than I am, but for me, I could choose to have my nature more properly be reflected as a guardian, a protector, as someone that would want to do what is good for the mortal regardless of their consent. However, I do not choose to embody that aspect often. Instead, I choose to be one that welcomes all. I choose to be one that wishes to see her children flourish and grow, but also to make their own mistakes when need be. If you wish for me to remove it, I shall. If you wish for me to not, I will, until it is impossible to ignore your decision.
I think that kind of gives us our answer though, then, doesn't it? Because she's like, it might become impossible to ignore,
Mm-hmm.
indicating that there is something going on that we
Yeah.
don't really want.
I do not want this in my head, but I am afraid that drawing this creature's attention will spell death for me and for those I care about in an immediate way.
If it were you that brought its attention, yes. But I have slain a Shadow Killer before. He will remember me.
Then if this is a risk you wish to incur, I will consent.
So basically the answer is if you're going to do that, she says, "Yeah, I'll do it." And she's making it clear that like it's not going to be dangerous to you because when she does this, all the attention is going to go to her, and while you might have done something to get this in your head, it's probably going to forget about whatever that thing is when she pokes it in the face.
Yeah, so maybe we want to do that last. Is that
Yes.
the vibe?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the vibe is let's do it at the end of the conversation.
Okay.
Just really want to test out our new powers.
Yeah, we're level 16.
Yeah, we want to test out
What
how
level
powerful
were we
are.
at the Stormhorns? Were we like?
5,
8?
maybe.
You were
No, I
in
feel like
here.
we're more than 5.
I do not know.
I think we're at 8.
I believe you because you've been
I
listening.
remember you guys were. That is the part I remember.
You remember we were what?
Heroic
Heroic.
level. So below
Oh,
level
yeah.
10.
Do you guys have more questions about the walkers? If not, I have a couple other tangents.
No. Go ahead.
You're good to go, my dude.
So before I ask her, my memory on this is fuzzy. So Narsenhar had something draining him, and we went and did something that we thought dealt with that, but we were never sure. What was that?
Oh, that was the Churi invading Haven, like siphoning off
cursed-
the.
The curse guy, right?
Yeah. He was the one in the cistern.
Didier?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. So I'll ask the queen. Narsenhar had asked us to deal with a problem he was facing. His power was being siphoned. We believe we dealt with that, but we were never able to verify it. Are you able to tell if that was fixed or not?
So her eyes flicker through the green and gold. And when she's doing this and focusing on something, Griffel, you can feel the helm sort of like warm up, like get the thing where when you feel a portal getting opened, you can see that
Yeah.
she's drawing from other planes when she's doing whatever it is that she's doing. And then she says, "The old serpent is significantly weaker now than it was in my day. You say that you tried to help it? I do not know any specifics, but I can still see that a significant portion of its energy has been siphoned away from it, sealed away by another."
Is it still being siphoned, or has that been ended?
It is not currently fading from the world any more than normal.
Still, it has been siphoned away by something other than Didier, is what I'm gathering from that.
Or he siphoned it away and kept the power?
We killed him.
I thought
Doesn't mean the power's not stored somewhere.
Yeah. But I thought that Narsenhar was it a lot of power from him?
And that's
Or
why I
like
couldn't
a-
remember, because there was something about, like, you know, the power to him was significant, but, like...
It was an annoyance.
Yeah, an annoyance.
Right, an annoyance to him, but, like, still significant to us. Like, the scale levels are very different, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Clotho's here too, right?
Clotho's here.
But Narsenhar, who does Narsenhar, like, primarily answer to? I always forget which queen.
Grandmother.
Grandmother, okay.
Grandmother's pet.
I mean, okay. Any other questions along those lines? Like, I don't know what else to ask to get more information on this, but it was something that popped into my head.
I have a few questions, but not along this line.
She would say, I would say, if you are going to experience such things, my knight, that the well of power that has been constructed, bracing the mirrors apart, using what was Narsenhar, would be dangerous for you to interact with. Even though it is a portion of our court's power, it has been altered. And in its altered state, it would be difficult to control.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, Kylie, if you have some questions, go ahead. I've the last one I had, which is I think a bigger conversation, is about like the whole talk about the Winter Court and if we should be dealing with them as well. But I'll leave that till later.
Okay. So I was going to ask because so earlier she was looking at me and Jock brought up the walker. But I would ask, you looked at me when you said, what was it? She said something about pacts, making pacts.
Yeah, mortals make pacts with powerful individuals, with ancient things that were ancient when other ancient things were new.
Oh, I know what she means. Okay. You looked at me when you mentioned pacts. I know I did not make a pact with a walker. Are you talking about the Matmahaj jinn known as Al Shaib?
So when you say Al Shaib, she like flinches like you slapped her in the face.
Oh no.
And she goes, no, child. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. And then when she opens her eyes, you can see there's tears in her eyes. I would request you speak of him as your Matmaraj and nothing more.
His
Very
name
well.
holds power.
Yeah. We know, as always, very little about him. We do not know what his name means. We know it is not his true name. I
We
am
also
sorry.
know that he was once she.
Yeah. But we know he was an advisor to the court. It seems to pain you, but if you are able to share what you know about him, some of what you know about him. He is currently imprisoned. We are trying to free him.
I believe in the state that he is in now, if he were free, he would wish he were back in the prison. But this is something I think actually mortals can understand. I am very old, but I was mortal once. It is a practice I saw in my mortal life, and something I have seen many times since I have been she. There is a certain process for breaking a will and identity of a creature. In mortal lives and hands, they will strip all things, your life, your connections, your families. And one of the things that is important is to strip away one's name and to brand someone with a name of the oppressors, to give them an identity that is wholly subsumed by the ones that control them, a name that is given to them, forced upon them for them to use and not be their original name. It breaks their identity in such a fundamental way that people cannot return. Mortals cannot return to the name they once had, no longer if they are able, even if they are no longer slaves. They will not return to the identity that was systematically destroyed and then dismissed with a new name. With something like your Matmaraj, it is more fundamentally true. than even it would be to a mortal. That is what has been done to my fair she. That has been done to him, and in many cases by his own hand. I do not know what you want me to tell you about this. Simply that he worked as a member of my court, and he was a good creature, as good as any she can be, and still follow all of the laws that is she. We all like to see ourselves as good things, but he was one of the ones chosen to be with Ymix. He was one of the ones chosen to explain the way that reality would work. A teacher he should be. And to know that this teacher has lost his identity and so much of the knowledge he used to share. It is a painful concept and represented by the name he is wearing now. I do not fault you for using his, let us call it his slave name, but it is difficult for me to think about, and I do not wish to speak it. The parts of him that are broken were parts of him that were taken from him and using his own power systematically carved away by the servants of gods. He served the primordials, but he really served the she. He was advisor, but that was close enough. The gods needed their victory to be complete, to be total. And so they had their servants take some of the greatest things that had ever been created for and by the primordials and use their power to twist themselves, to break everything that was not of the gods. She starts crying and her voice doesn't change, but tears just flow down her face when she gives that long explanation.
So the gods were responsible for not Ymix?
She nods. Ymix was a cruel creature, but many of the primordials did not care what happened to mortal kin and kind. They were not intentionally cruel. They did not visit volcanic eruptions and tidal waves on the small peoples because they wished to see them in pain. Instead, they were crafting with fundamental forces that did not care what lived nearby, did not care if a 50-foot wave would be dangerous or not. It was indifference. The mortal kin that served the gods were ants. Whether the ants lived or died meant little to the primordial kin, but we could explain to the primordials through natures, that some of it was important. And the home world of Ymix, a place of fire and beauty, of great spires of amazing metals and craftsmanship, oceans of sand turned to glass, palaces and cities made of shimmering metals. This was a place where the she believed we could make connections of why mortal kin mattered. For the mortals built things too, even if you did not build on the scale of the primordials. And so an advisor was given, and those had mortals with them, as any mortal will come to a she, asking for bargains, for power, for favor. And through that explanation, they could understand, why would one of the primordials be part of the mortal sphere? Why would they want to be in the Seelie way? Why would they be anything other than unseelie? Why would they want to care about things that their lifespan was a blink of an eye in the terms of a primordial? It was this gilded cage, this strange city of metals and stones, where the first of the mortal kin understood what it meant to be under the toe of the primordials. They ruled them cruelly, but even in ruling cruelly, they could understand a small fraction of what their actions did. They could see consequences because, in order to rule, you had to, on some very basic level, understand what we ruled below you. And that was the beginning of what would become something insufferable. They understood that mortals without nature could craft, could get around the rules that were placed upon them on what they could build, what they could do, what they could see, what they could be. And if giving some portion of their power to mortalkin meant that they would be able to do more and not less, that was power. That was power that the gods could not abide. For the sharing of power for both sides to profit was a godly thing.
And did all the 13 believe this way?
They were, in the end, united. They did not all believe in the same war. But once the war began, then all would be part. The sides would be chosen, and none of the primordials would side with the gods, nor any of the gods side with the primordials. The battle lines were set. It would be one kith and kin against another.
So, in attempting to get the primordials to recognize the value of mortal kind, the cooperation between primordials and mortal kind ended the gods,
Hmm.
igniting the war.
That's what I got out of it.
Basically, yes.
Did the primordials create a mortal kind?
They did not have the power to do such things. They created many things that could be similar to mortals, but the mortal experience was not something they understood correctly enough to be able to do. And it was the crossing of that line when they gave some of their power, and of them, Imix was first, to be the thing that mattered. For the gods, they would give a portion of power through nature, through their own self and being. The gods have specific, concrete. She kind of thinks about it for a second, and you see her flicker where she's trying to like find the correct phrasing, and says, concepts. And through those concepts, they gain power. But through sharing those concepts, not only did they exhort their power, but they allowed others to experience power through them. This was not the way of the primordials. Their thing was more direct. They did not allow others to access power through them. Instead, they crafted and grafted power directly upon the mortals. She kind of is talking to the whole group and then stops and looks straight at Morin.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering. It sounds like the Genasi were essentially a creation,
Yeah.
but not
So she says,
not like creating a unique mortal kind, but
yeah. So basically, the gods were interacting with mortals and giving them things through them. And then when the primordials started doing something similar, but rather than kind of allowing mortals to access power through them, they just gave them power directly. That ended up causing a conflict that then evolved into the war.
When you
So
say
the gods selfishly hoarded power for themselves, and the primordials wanted to give it to mankind. Mortal kind. I'd say mortal kind.
That is not a wholly incorrect way of looking at things.
Did the gods bestow their power through domains?
She thinks about it for a second, and again, you can tell that when she does this, like when she pauses, some amount of it is her thinking, but a decent chunk of it is her doing what the mirror did with when you were being around the goblin mirror, where she's not thinking, she's learning, she's pulling things from the rest of the universe. Like you ask her a question and she's learning what is going on with it. She's learning the context to answer rather than trying to remember it. And so she says, yes, the concept survived in this way as domain. So she thinks about it and then basically says, to its most fundamental degree, it is giving power without the direction of such power, without any inherent understanding of how that power that is to be used, and giving that as choice to mortal kind, that makes it more seely than anything else. And the way the gods function, giving power within itself, having their own parameters as part of the rules of how that power is used and constructed, how it is limited and bonded and bounded, that is significantly more of an unseelie thing.
So it's kind of like the same conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of what she's saying.
And were the Accords written prior to the gods and primordial conflict?
She will say yes, basically, yeah.
Okay. So the gods and the primordials didn't really have an Accords.
And basically she'll say that the way the gods did things were they were brought in to sign both sets of accords, but the gods signed mostly for the unseelie reasons, and the primordials signed mostly for the seelie reasons. Like they both sides signed both documents, but why they signed them was for sort of different reasons.
Wait, so is the Accords a single document, or is it?
So she will say, there are two, the Seelie Accords and the Unseelie Accords. One written by me and one, she goes to say something and then she frowns and goes, by my other.
There are many forbiddenced terms in the world now. Did you know that the gods are forbiddenced?
It is something I felt when I was first reaching out to understand things, yes.
Hey, Gary.
Yes?
Is the redeemed one of the 13?
I do not know if you guys know. I don't know if you guys have an answer for that question.
Are we aware that there are other gods other than the 13?
You're not sure. It's only been talked about as the 13 as the gods that were mentioned.
Question.
All right.
When we
Griffle's
recovered
having another crisis of faith.
when we recovered the Accords, did we get 2 documents?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
we got a
did. Yeah.
skinny little one for the unseelie, and then the seelie is the big one.
Okay. But everybody signed both.
Correct.
And you had to sign both.
Correct. And so they basically got there was a benefit to signing the accords, and the primordials were more interested in the unseelie benefits, or sorry, the seelie benefits, but they would sign the seelie benefits, the seelie side in order, or the.
Yes, I understand. I do understand what you're saying.
They signed both documents, but each of them wanted the other half of the document to actually use.
Right.
The Seelie Accords are very, very long. The Unseelie Accords are relatively short.
And which ones were did Mother Summer solely write the Accords, or did she write them with her other?
She said she wrote the Seelie and her other wrote the Unseelie.
Correct.
Okay.
They wrote them at the same time, but separately.
Okay, so
Do you want to get back to that whole pact thing? Because we've started like 4 different conversations on the same question.
pact thing.
So she
You've made
talked to you
made a
about
pact.
making pacts with stuff.
Yes, I wanted to get back to the pact thing. Yes.
We keep
So
going off on tangents.
yeah, so the pact is not with the Jinn, and it's not with the Walker.
Correct.
I'll hold up my orb. Is it this?
Yes. The artifact of Iris.
I was not aware that I had made a pact with it as such.
You are using it as an implement for casting your will. You are carrying it with you through all things, in much a way that the shadow followed you, but you intentionally interact with this. This is a pact of something deeper than contract. This is companion. And this that you carry is difficult to quantify how old it is. When I was first used as the weapon of summer, I came in contact with one who had collected 2 of them. It has been something that has been shown to be impossible to connect all of them and have reality remain the same. It is the belief of some that if all are connected, that all of the different realities will be connected, and that a new thing will assert itself as true, and they will once again no longer be whole.
They'll no longer be whole.
They cannot be, for the question that they have answered has changed. Reality has altered, and they are no longer the thing as one. It is difficult to explain even to us. To get mortals to understand it is even harder. But what is important is that those things, they predate our universe.
Oh,
Hmm.
interesting.
But are these not unlike the shard mines?
They are similar in ways, but different. The shard mines all see themselves as one pieces of a greater whole. They instead are windows to a single thing, a aspect of consciousness disconnected with our universe. We believe it is a deity or greater being of some kind that has a realm so disconnected from the universe that it can only be accessed through there. I would ask you, have you seen anything within the stone? Or is this a mystery yet in your future?
I have seen a
City.
city and a great crystal.
And so she nods and says, yes. And within the city, have you seen anything? Have you seen desolation, destruction? Have you seen spires? Have you seen. She kind of thinks about it for a second, like she's trying to find the right word and like she's trying not to reveal anything, and then goes, have you seen the inside of any of the buildings in this city?
Can I try to show her in my mind exactly what I saw?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she doesn't have any problem allowing you to connect with her. So she focuses, you send over the images of what you've seen, and she takes a deep breath and relaxes and says, "Then not yet. But there will come a time when you're going to be asked things, be given choices. I will not tell you that you should or should not interact with the one inside. Just know that there is history, much like with those that have interacted with your Matmaraj. So too have those that have interacted with their orbs as they have come more complete, been altered by the interactions in fundamental ways."
Oh.
Mm.
We've encountered two individuals that have had orbs or have orbs in the past, and they appear to have had their spell signatures altered. Would a fundamental change like the one that you're describing alter one's spell signature?
Yes. The creation of the ordering and identities of spell signatures is a much more recent thing than the creation of the orbs.
We have been told the location of some of these orbs, but are you able to see where the remaining 5 pieces are?
I could see, but I am not going to attempt to do that again. There was a time long ago when I attempted to properly understand the nature of the orbs, and when I reached out, expanded my presence across the planes to be able to experience what I could feel where the orbs were located, I saw something able to look back at me through my own magic in a way I could not comprehend.
Was that the Watcher?
I did feel as if I was being watched, yes. There was a presence inside that defied understanding. At first, I believed this was something of the adversary, but it is too real. More like it is all things that are not in the outside, as if you could distill the very essence of reality into one singular thought, one singular location, and say this thing was what true reality was, and all other things were merely reflections of the image it showed.
See.
So basically, the queen is saying, I am unthinkably old compared to you. That is unthinkably old compared to me, and I don't want to mess with it.
Mm-hmm. It's fair. It's fair.
Made me realize. So, I don't know how to ask this. I'll ask Queen. On the concept of things that we don't understand and that are ancient. I'm gonna get the name wrong. Slactherial? Is that the right name? Has been showing us visions through control rods of power. What are they called? I forget the name. Is this an entity to be trusted? So far, it seems to have led us on a good path, but we are not always 100% sure.
To be trusted, well, it depends on what you mean by that. The one who wields the sword of creation is predictable. And if you assume the assumptions that you have made about its predictability are correct, I would say you probably will be able to trust it quite well within reason. But if it were to lie in order to pursue an objective that it has clearly stated to you, then in that way it would be untrustworthy. I do not know what you are trusting it with, so I cannot tell you whether it could be trusted with it.
One of the visions was leading us to help Clotho be reborn.
And you think that it is the wielder that is giving these visions?
Yes.
Is it not?
Lectheriel is a messenger. The visions come from the one they served before they became what they are now. Now they serve a dead memory of war and blood and carnage. But before they served a living memory of a god in their own mind, and one that was very well respected by the members of the Shi courts. The visions are from them in the same way that a messenger that delivers a message, you could say you received the letter from the messenger, but the message itself is from. She goes to try to say something and it doesn't work, and then rather than like push through, she just sort of like brushes it aside. From one of the destroyed.
We believe the intent is to fight and destroy the adversary. Can it be trusted in that regard?
Yes. It is the wielder. It is the sword. The sword can always be trusted to fulfill its purpose. It is a thing with nature, and it will fulfill that nature regardless of all other outcomes. However, it is difficult because I think we may be speaking of different messages. You, I think, are believing in terms of something you are experiencing, not something you carry or something you bring. Could you be more explicit? I am doing my best to try to speak as mortally as I can, but in some ways I must be she and certain.
We receive these visions from Zlaktheriel, and we do not know what the intention of sharing them with us is. We have attempted to address them, such as when we saved Clotho, but some are less clear, and some we have been unable to address.
She thinks for a moment and then says, "So what you are asking me is if the ultimate goal, the path that has been set before you, if it is one that is worthy of being walked upon." Basically, should we keep doing this? That's what she's saying. Is that what you're asking me?
I guess so. Drac, is that what we're asking?
Yeah, I think so. It's just, more information, more, like, we're learning more about, the gods and the wars, and we've been following, to the best of our ability, these visions in what we believe is an attempt to stop or hurt the adversary. And is that something we should continually pursue, or are there better uses of our time, kind of? Just, more information on that.
She says, "I do not see things in the same perspective that you do, but I will do my best to try to think as a mortal. I think as a mortal, rather than experiencing things as power and changes in things, you see objectives and then weigh those objectives and then attempt to pursue goals that lead to those ends. Is that a correct approximation?
Yeah.
So you would have to have a clearly stated and understandable objective. So what you wish to know from me is what the objective of the sender of the messages is, and whether what you are doing is fulfilling that objective, or are you asking me what that objective is so that you can decide whether it is a path you wish to walk upon? Basically, are you succeeding in the plan, or are you asking what is the ultimate goal of the plan, and then that will determine whether we care about the plan or not?
I think
I would say the latter, right?
a bit of both. Like
Morin would also say the latter.
part of me is like, are we actually doing the right thing? And if so, are we doing it in a way that is actually making a difference?
Does one have an opinion?
Yeah. I think that what Drac just said.
So kind of have 2 and 2 here, where she's like, I can tell you one of those two things. And she's going to explain, because of what I tell you will determine a course in one way or the other. If I explain this to you, I will be setting threads upon the loom. I cannot do both.
Oh God.
Okay, lay it out one more time, real clear. Sorry.
So she's saying she can tell you one of two things. She can either tell you whether what you're doing is actually accomplishing the ultimate goal, or she
Of
can tell
whoever
you
is sending us the messages.
of whoever's sending the messages, or she can tell you what that goal is, what you're trying to get to. So she can tell you, here's the path, or here's the destination. Like either how well you're walking the path, or what the destination is, so that you can make choices on whether you go down that path or try to pursue it at all.
Number 2.
Can I make my case? Yeah, can I make my case for number 2?
I just want to say I'm pro-choice.
Is that 1 or 2?
I think that it's more important. Like whether or not we're succeeding is less important than what we're trying to succeed at.
Yep.
100%.
I agree.
I reserve the right to refuse to listen to a god.
So I'm just going to ask, though, do we currently feel confident we know what the goal is?
No.
No.
No, we didn't even know who it was giving us. Who was giving us these visions until now?
I mean, I think I think I did know that Tyserial was like a mouthpiece for a god that was gone. Because there's something in the
and we
angels.
knew. We knew a lot of this. I think the main thing is like a lot of the visions have seemed just like really irrelevant. Like we're like, okay, is it fighting the adversary? Because some of the visions have been like, really clear in that regard, but then others have been like, okay, it's Hatterai just sitting in his house,
Drac's visions of the Hatterai, my vision of the dragon on the beach.
But I mean, like, I think when we received the rods at first, 2 weeks ago or whatever, we didn't know much about the universe, and we're like, okay, this most powerful entity we have ever contacted told us this is our mission. Now we know that the gods are one leg on a shaky table and that they are as petty and shitty as the rest of us. So I would very much like to know the objective of showing us these visions.
Yeah, why can't she break the forbiddance on the gods' names like she did Hearn's?
You should ask that.
I was like, if you're going to ask that, you can, but...
I would ask that after. Let's finish the train of thought on the
first. Yeah.
rods.
Oh, so the one time I tried to derail the conversation. I'm just kidding.
I mean, I would probably write that down in the chat so it isn't completely forgotten about as we continue jumping rails, but... But so that is what she said, right? You've chosen options, and it sounds like people are leaning towards option 2.
I think we're all in agreement, aren't we?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Two.
like, part of me still really wants to know if, like, yeah, saving Hatterai, like, he's come in handy, but was it really that big of a deal? Like, part of me is like,
That's option number 2, I think.
no, option
No, that's one.
that's one.
that's
Like,
one.
how are we actually, like, are we accomplishing things? Because
I feel like we might be able to figure out how well we're doing
Yeah.
if we
for
know
some
what the goal
things,
is.
maybe. And I'm okay with number 2 because number 1 is a pure curiosity. Number 2 is like good information. So I'm fine with 2.
So if kind of go back and forth, and the answer is we wish to know their objective, she says the ultimate objective of the prophetic one, the God whose primary source of understanding and power was future times, is the propagation of godly domain, is the return of all of the domains. There is but one way to accomplish this objective, and it is to remove the seal from which they have been, or on which, to remove the seal that has been placed upon them, and that seal would be the resurrection of an elder evil.
Wait, what? Say that again?
So, God.
The ultimate objective of the prophetic one is to remove a seal that's been placed upon them, as in the prophetic one or the gods.
So the domains. So she would like to propagate the domains, wants the domains to be a thing. So the ultimate goal is to make sure the domains continue to exist and continue to be accessible to the world. And the way that is going to manifest, the way that's going to happen, is the resurrection of an ancient evil. That's the only way it can happen, because within that ancient evil, the domains have been sealed. Actually, not ancient evil, an elder evil. She would not say the wrong term.
So we have to resurrect an elder evil to return the domains.
Yes.
What is this elder evil?
She cocks her head to the side again and says, apologies, I do not mean to be she always, but you wish me to define the term or to identify the individual?
Identify the individual, please.
Yeah.
Always the latter.
It was called Pandorum.
Oh.
As in the box?
No, as in one of the star shadows, right?
Yes. Yes. It's the one that was missing the head of the table.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right.
There's 11
Well-
star shadows, yeah?
Mhm.
Yes, but one of them has been missing
Yeah.
and very conspicuously missing.
Right.
In the vision that we had, it was missing.
How does bringing back a star shadow allow the domains to be unforbidden or unsealed?
So the queen kind of gives you this look like she's like, I would try to explain this to you. I'm trying to figure out how to dumb it down.
Yeah.
And then she goes, there is a story of my time that may still exist in your time, where things were held in a box named after that elder evil.
Ah!
So it says that all things were there inside of the corpse of the Pandorum. But the only thing that could not be contained was the thing that seeped through the surface, broke through the cracks, and returned to mortal kind. It is that breaking through the cracks that the ultimate objective wishes to do and spread as much as can be spread to prevent it from being contained like the others. And once it has broken containment to a certain degree, then it shall lead the others inevitably back to the source of power, back to the corpse of the elder evil, back to what is keeping it contained and destroyed. To bring it back to life would bring back the others, all of the domains held within the broken box.
Okay, so if that's the goal of Zacthariel right now, to bring this elder back and basically get the domains back.
Oh man, I wish Philly was here.
Yeah. What exactly is the goal of the adversary?
To remove all reality, to make sure that there is no place where their choice cannot be.
But so basically the one star shadow was containing the domains, and that was what the adversary wanted.
You speak as if it is a thing that is in the past. It is present. The one that is containing all of the adversary's will to bind and contain all of what was the gods is still dead, is still destroyed, and it is its bloated corpse that contains what remains of the power of nature given to the gods. It contains the concrete ideals and things within the universe that were given to the gods to protect them from corruption. And there can be no God. There can be no unity of religion that exists without being corrupted, without the protections of their domains.
Question to the group: the infinite rings. That's the one vision we had. Oh, my brain.
Yeah, the hunter killer.
Yeah, the hunter killer that was in the infinite rings as well, right?
We thought so. Yeah.
And then at the end of that was all I remember was the fingers coming out of the body or something, but there was significance to that.
The significance was the viewpoint character was a minotaur, and so the creature coming out had too few fingers.
Too
Or
many.
too many.
No,
Too many
It
fingers.
was a human hand.
Yeah.
So for whatever reason in my brain, I was just curious because I forget how he was like not teleporting, but traveling through the rings and stuff. But for whatever reason, I just was curious if the bloated corpse is the infinite rings. It seemed, I don't know, in my brain that connection was made, but I don't actually understand why. Can I just ask the queen, like, what are the infinite rings? What's their significance?
So she does the thing again where you see that she's, there's kind of two reasons she pauses. She's either pausing because she's clearly kind of looping through explanations in her head and trying to find something that you can understand, which is when you ask her like a really complicated or like a really, hey, well, how does this fundamental piece of reality work? And she's like, I don't know how to explain this. Let me figure it out. And then this one, which is where her eyes glimmer and she's clearly drawing from other planes. She's looking for context. She's learning the answer to the question you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, I think that is an interesting experience. I don't have a answer that I can give you clearly, something I can speak with my voice. I can give you what others believe. And I think there is some truth mixed in with all of those things. I believe what you are asking is why they were created or what the original source of things is, as contrasted to how they are as a region of space now. Is that correct?
Correct.
In the center is the location of what we would call the third battle of the Third War. In this battle, the Crusade was destroyed. Their homeworld was reduced to nothingness. They were trapped in an eternal torment, and around them there were layers and layers of reality and unreality mixed into incomprehensible places, put layer upon layer of foundational things to seal away the crusade from the universe. This, I think, in some representation is what you mean when you call them the rings, but I cannot say for certain. What I can say for certain is that in something like what you would call the rings, there are layers upon layers of security of inward-facing things designed to guard the prison, to prevent those from within from getting out, and by necessity, preventing those from without from getting in to help those inside. It is a prison within a prison, a walled area preventing all those from who are inside from getting out and all those who are outside from getting in. And it is in those cracks that the society that you may be referring to as the rings exists.
Can I describe the vision we had to her and ask if that's part of the rings and what its significance might be?
You can show her the vision if you want.
Sure.
So you come up to her, she asks for you, and you get the impression that like one could sort of do this because she's psionic. You can tell that when she kind of instructs you of where you need to stand and how you need to sort of clear your mind and things like that, she's giving you instructions because you're the knight. And so she's going to draw on your understanding through the mantle. And she says, basically does a short little contract saying that she's going to look specifically at the thing that you have requested and look at nothing else. But if you want to show her just that vision, she is willing to make this like minor contract to make it happen.
Okay.
So she places her hand on your shoulders. She closes her eyes and then immediately reopens them. Ah, yes. That took place within the rings. I wonder how much of that is still relevant.
Uh-oh.
Do we know if that vision had come to pass yet or not?
Yes.
We do.
Yes.
It did come to pass yet.
What is the relevance of that vision?
So she says, do you mean in the terms of your ultimate purpose, as we have discussed, or what I mean of whether it's relevant to me?
Yes.
Which is a which first?
In
one and then two?
Yeah, the relevance in which it was shown to us first.
I believe that it is possible that the relevance of which it was shown to you was to show that things need to be broken out of containment, as Pandorum must be broken apart to return something good, but that process would be painful. I think there is some method of parable at play.
No.
Do you believe that
Don't add
of buildings...
Don't add parables to all our visions.
Yeah, how do we know which ones we need to act on and which one's a parable?
I would like to know whether you think that the return of domains is a worthwhile accomplishment.
Do you want to
Knowing
ask
the
that
prices you
question?
do.
Do you want to ask that question instead of the second thing you asked about the relevance of the vision?
No, I'd like to get the relevance first, if that's okay.
Is that okay with you, Griffle?
Yeah.
Okay. So she says, the relevant part for me would get me to understand that it would be very difficult for me to summon my knight. I did not know you had seen a vision of her.
Oh!
Is she the hand?
Or the Minotaur.
No,
It says the hand.
wait, that's Amon?
Yeah, that's what she
Yes.
just said.
So the reason it's difficult to summon her is because she's in the Infinite Rings.
It is difficult to summon her for that reason. It is potentially an ill-advised plan. Because she is no longer mortal. Because she is given in to what she once was before. She is more... She thinks about it for a second. You had a term for it. But she is more like her parents than she was back then.
Her parents were Alandari, right?
She nods.
How is it that she can obtain immortality and not be corrupted when Delseth did very much the same thing?
I'm not sure it is true that she has obtained immortality and is not corrupted.
Oh, I see.
I guess that's why she didn't want to summon her here.
Mhm.
Because then she might fuck up Drock.
Yeah, I don't want to go against an immortal, that's for sure.
An adversary corrupted Summer Night, no less.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Also, one that you have had a vision of and watched her melt her way through the inside of another creature.
Yeah.
A very scary creature too.
Do you want to ask about the forbiddances?
Well,
I
Griffle had a
do.
question.
Oh, sorry.
Griffle had a question, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot what my question was.
Is the return of the domains worthwhile?
Oh, yeah. Does she believe? Yeah. So, Lachesis, in your capacity as the Summer Queen, do you believe that the return of domains to this world is important enough to risk such an elder evil being awoken?
So she will let off just like an incredible peal of laughter at that. And then it'll take her a minute to sort of recover from it and then apologize and then say, I appreciate your efforts. I really do. I think that was the exactly correct way to ask the question and the exact wrong way to ask it. All at the same time, it was beautiful. In my capacity as queen, do I wish for ones who are more closely aligned to the unseelie court? Do I want to see them return to power? No. Do I, as a fundamental caretaker for mortality, for the lives of mortal kith and kin, for the balance of things in the universe, wish for some portion of that balance to be restored? And do I think a restoration of that balance might involve the return of the domains? Yes.
I laugh as well, and I'm like, I see what you mean.
One thing that you'll get is when that happens, you see Clotho in the background be really uncomfortable. And for those of you guys that have pretty good insight, you can figure out that like Clotho would not have been able to do the gymnastics that Lachesis just did in order to give you both answers.
Right.
Like this was like, oh, you asked the question in a way that would have given you a Fey answer. I am powerful enough to give you this answer and then flip it around and explain it.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, she says, if you're asking me like basic fundamental level of the universe, is this a good thing? Yeah, probably. If you're asking me specifically, because I know that this will lead to winter becoming stronger, should that happen? Well, no, I'm going to tell you no. Summer does not want winter to become more powerful.
Uh-huh.
Well, I think she wouldn't unforbiddance them, maybe because they're more Unseelie affiliated, but also probably because they don't have the protection of their domains.
Hmm.
Where
Some
they,
of the domains are starting to come back, though.
but it's like the seeping vapors through the box or whatever, right?
Yeah.
She said the thing that the gift of the she that gives gods the nature of protection, the
Mm-hmm.
protection of nature, sorry,
Is the
is what's
domain.
locked inside Pandora.
But I thought
So if
when she's
she,
talking about the seeping, she was specifically talking about hope. I thought she meant hope leaching out of the box and then the hope that we got getting us to find all the other domains.
so it's just drawing us to Pandora.
I think so.
That makes sense.
So,
But I think if she unforbiddens the gods and brought them back into reality, and they didn't have the protection of nature because it's locked inside Pandorum,
Hmm.
they'd get fucked.
Well, let's ask her that. Would they get fucked?
The entities that ascended would be here without their protections, yes.
And what will it mean for us to confront Pandorum? We are already in the process of reawakening domains.
The awakening of the different domains will call to those that have their source within the box. The source of hope was never contained in such a way. The pieces of the other things will be only fragments. We have spoken of something of a similar nature to this. The natures given to gods, to the she, to other things with pure and focused nature, that sort of thing is what is contained within the box. The domains as you experience them now, those are more similar to the temporary things that could be taken for short periods to offer some protection that are similar but different in scope, similar to the way that the Topaz Crusade manifests a tiny fraction of their essence and uses it to defend themselves.
On the topic of balance, because that is one of the things I was going to ask about, we're in the process of, unforbidding the Summer Court. But it was our understanding that for balance, we might also need to work on unforbidding the Winter Court. Is that something you suggest we do, or something that should be avoided?
I mean,
As caretaker.
Yeah, she answered that already, basically.
Yeah.
She answered in terms of the domains, but like specifically the queen.
It's the same.
Yeah,
it's the same deal, right? Yeah.
So
she doesn't want to see Winter's power grow, but as a caretaker of the balance of things, she knows that it is required for the balance of the world.
It is against her nature to do things that lead to Winter's power growing, but it's also against her nature to allow the universe to be destroyed. So
here's a hairy question. Lachesis, in our day and age, it is known that the Storm Giants were once great defenders of the mortal races and helpers of as they call us, the little folk. And yet, the Storm Giant that we know, the Storm Giants that we have met, do seem aligned with gods and domains. One is known as the Last Paladin. How is it that the gods who are aligned with the Unseelie can capture the allegiance of those so seemingly aligned with the Seelie?
So she thinks about it for a minute, and then she says, I had thought I'd potentially already explained, but perhaps I can show you. She summons up puts her hands together. She summons up a little basin, like a golden basin of water, and then offers it to you and says, drink. This is power.
And
And then she sort of pauses for a second and says, for the purposes of this explanation, it will do nothing but explain the purpose of what I mean. This is me as host using my powers to explain to you as guest.
Okay. Yes, I will drink.
So gives you holds this basin, which is huge, and say it's like a 30-liter basin in front of her, and she lets you drink it. And then she takes a step back and says, that is you directly interacting. Power, she gestures to the basin, and you. This outside, the golden here, this is a thing of nature, but not something that you had to interact with. It was merely the receptacle you got power from. Instead, she holds this huge basin in one hand and then holds a cup out to you and says, take this offering that you have to get water for yourself, this thing of gold, this thing of nature. You must use it as your only way of drinking. She hands you the goblet, and then she holds the basin in front of you.
I dip the goblet in, and I nod. I begin to see what you mean. So the giants offer help in the same way that the gods offer help to mortal kind.
Yes, they do not offer power directly. They offer power through something else. That thing that they offer is a thing of nature. They use that to allow others to transmit power from one to the other. The creatures that function in a more Seelie way, they offer power directly. They do not give a vessel to be used to draw from. They do not give a portion of nature. They do not try to force something to act in a specific way, as you must to dip the cup in to get your water. The Seelie way is merely to offer the water in whatever way you choose to attempt to drink it.
How is that not better? I stamp my feet and I'm like, have I been deceived time and again?
So she laughs and says, understand, my child, there is a certain thing to be accepted when you have a host who might be a little bit biased. So basically, she's explaining to you, if you think the Seelie option is the one that sounds like the obvious answer, she's like, I mean, yeah, I agree, but also, I'm the one explaining it to you, so potentially I might be explaining it in a way that makes it seem like, the one that I represent is the good one.
It's not even that though, because Griffle does fundamentally, it's just like more choice for more people is better. like the freedom to choose what you do and how you do it and how you interact is a fundamental part. And now I'm kind of like, are you serious? I've like aligned myself with the people who are like, no, I'm gonna give you this thing, but you have to do it this way.
And she pauses and puts up a hand, and then the goblet disappears and says, "Ah, so what you would prefer would be the ability to drink any amount of water, any amount of power, anytime you wished, pure freedom to draw upon it with no other conceptualization, yes?"
No, not exactly.
Fucking cult of Saint Tythan.
So basically what she's like is like, I mean, yeah, that's why the adversary thing is so appealing, because it is that. It is the perfect freedom. It is, I don't need the goblet or the water or the basin. I can just drink from the water in any way I so choose whenever I want.
Just swim around in that ocean.
But does it not seem unjust to you that those with power would hoard it and not share equally?
Power has purpose. If you give power to things with conflicting purpose, one must be supreme for things to exist. Hierarchies are required for order.
I reject.
Oh no. Filibuster got himself a convert.
Uh-oh.
You can reject, but also this is fundamentally what she believes. And
Uh-huh.
the Fae courts are
Well-
pretty big about hierarchies.
She's wrong.
Wow.
So I have seen a couple of other questions kind of get floated by and asked.
Quick question
Yeah.
for the group. Would we want to get her explanation of each of the visions that we got?
Not in real time.
No.
I will say that if that is something you want, like you want the, she gave you a really quick take on this is what's happening with the Vision in the Rings. If you want to get that from me, getting like a couple of sentences, maybe 3-4 sentences for each vision, I do not mind giving her feedback for it, and I do think it is a better use of something to do over Discord than something to do during session.
Morin would love that.
Should we also ask where the blacksmith is?
We know where he is.
Mm-hmm.
Ron
He
told
did.
the bitch.
Yeah.
Well, we assume.
He drank the Kool-Aid.
Did he? Am I forgetting something now?
Gary told us out of session that he
Wandered
I
into
don't know,
the woods,
he
drunk on that stuff.
he forgot who his family so he went somewhere else and forgot who his family was, and that's why he hasn't come back.
Got the storm ale, right?
Yeah, he drank the
Yeah,
storm.
but he's doing fine, so it's fine.
He literally did the son I'm going out for cigarettes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I got a few. If
Hit it.
turn. Okay. Okay. So we are, as you can tell, attempting to restore balance to reality. And a part of that is freeing your mother. I have been called a knower of threes. I believe that I have encountered her on the ship Prosperity, where my sister was taken. do you know more of these events? Do you know where my sister is?
You see the eyes flicker for a second and then stop and then go completely green for the first time in the conversation. And then she says, 3 things can I say to you, knower of threes. The first is my mother is not bound. Inaccessible does not mean she is sealed. The second is I see no weave, no thread, no place in any timeline where you have a sister. The third is that for you to have your experiences and believe them true, and for me to be unable to see them with mine eyes, that must mean the thread was plucked by a power much greater than I.
Can I show her my memories of my sister, like the ghostly conversation, and then when she talked to me in that hallway outside of Celestia?
So you can ask, and then she will say, No, I do not wish to see what I should not see. I have learned my lesson from being a weapon. I know what I need to know.
Okay.
And I will say that from your guys' perspective, she was a lot more alien for that little bit.
Yep.
And then she shakes her head. The little specks of gold come back into her eyes.
If your mother is not bound, but her name is forbidden from this world, we believe, or at least we do not know it, must she be returned to restore balance?
These are, again, things that you understand as incorrectly linked. The mothers cannot exist connected to our reality unless it is balanced. You must understand that
Oh.
their presence will change and alter things on a level that I cannot comprehend. And I view the mirrors as one picture, something that I believe would be painful, if not particularly, if not potentially fatal to someone like you. I do not mean this as insult. I want you to understand. If they were to exist on the same type of existence as we, in a world as fundamentally unbalanced as this, it would be in their nature to remake all of reality, to destroy all that has been made and rebuild it anew. A new iteration is what would happen if they were to return with things unbalanced. Their very presence, in your other analogy, would immediately topple the table were it not perfectly balanced when they stepped up upon it.
Then we have been
They heavy.
operating. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have been operating under the belief that we needed to free the 3 queens of summer and then the 3 queens of winter. But would it not be better then? I know this is against your nature, but to restore balance, should we now focus on freeing your other and Clotho's other?
The only way for the strength of summer to return to full noon would be if the universe was properly at balanced for my mother's return. I cannot get any closer to the answer you want and remain the queen that is.
Mm. That's very hard for her then,
Hmm.
because she was basically able to tell me like, yes, the
Right.
domain should return, but she's not able to say yes, the Unseelie should return.
Yeah.
So you can see that she has a lot less limits than Clotho does, but that doesn't mean no limits.
Right.
Mm.
Okay. I have a couple other little ones, but someone else could take a turn too.
What must be done to balance the table for the return of summer?
So she'll basically just stare at you. And she looks a little bit like the older version of Mannequin Clotho. Like, she knows the answer to that question. Answering you would be against her nature.
Mm. We know the answer. It's to return the Queens of Winter, right?
All the queens and the gods, all things she doesn't like. Okay, so a question I have. We told her about Hearn and she unforbiddensed him. Do you wish to have him freed from his prison?
I would like to see my brother free, yes. But were I to take actions now, I would not like the ramifications of those actions. Currently, if I were to do nothing, things would continue as they are for a significant amount of time from your perspective and a very small amount of time for ours. Something I can frame as a temporary inconvenience. But to better understand my position, I think I need to better explain my brother's condition. My brother is set between my other and I. The more one waxes, the more the other wanes, the more he changes. As summer's power waxes, so too does the power of the Lord of the Hunt wane. As winter power waxes, so too does the power of the Lord of the Night, of the Lord of the Kill, wane.
So because Winter is currently imprisoned, he is the Lord of the Kill.
And he would be so strongly against me and set against all that I would wish in an effort to maintain balance, to rectify any small differences that we would normally have. It would be very difficult to function with his opposition.
Mm.
So if balance is restored, then he could be safely freed.
If the balance were less drastically imbalanced, he could be reasoned with. He could be able to draw upon his better nature. But as it is now, he is only a creature to kill and destroy.
That reminds me, when we were in the Iron Star, a vault within the wilds, we found a vault associated with your name, and it was full of jars labeled with diseases.
Yes,
Why?
because they are the most prolific, the most expansive form of basic life. A single individual can contain So many diseases. They are beautiful in their own minute ways. There is a weight of individuality and a weight of expression to diseases that larger creatures can't really experience in the same way.
What is in your grandmother's vault or in your mother's vault?
So she smiles and says, "That is for her to have and maintain. I do not believe that is a thing that I would tell someone who is simply my guest, nor do I believe it applies directly to why you have freed me."
That is true. Can we know your mother's name?
So she thinks, and then she thinks a little bit more. Yes, it is not forbidden, merely misapplied. She looks at you, and you can see those kind of glittering gold eyes, and she's drawing and reaching into things. There have been echoes of the name, but you won't be able to have it unless you've heard it. It's something like a forbiddance, but different. An emptiness, a vacuum of things. If I can, would you show me some images of things you've heard? Things of proper names of creatures of summer? If there is one that you've heard of hers, I can share it with you. Can shine a light on something you already know, but it is not something I can tell you. At least, not yet.
We know Narsinhar.
Can I mean, do you want me to say stuff or can I just like let her poke
Either
around?
or. Basically, what she's saying is if you can kind of toss out things that you have, she can sort of see if stuff's been mislabeled, misappropriated, stuff isn't working quite right. She can correct stuff, but she can't just make it out of whole cloth. And as she's trying to like reach through things, she's found a thread. So she's found some sort of portion of fate that's connected to you and said, I'm pretty sure there is something there, but I don't know how to pull on it. I don't know how to tell you what part of the thing you already know is true. Now,
Was
the
it
DM is going to take a second and say, previously, oops, computer turned off. Sorry. Previously, when you did her name, the last invocation of her name, it burned out all of the names that were wrong
yeah.
and gave you every name. So that's one of the things you should talk about. Do you remember that there was one on the list?
Yes, Titania.
So she nods and says, "Ah, yes, that is one of her names."
All right.
So she'll think about it a moment and say, and looking through your threads, it does not have quite the same power because the individual that gave it to you did not speak it with such power. I don't know how that works. She thinks about it for a moment and says, perhaps you were able to get it from a book or reference, or you were able to speak to something that was a peer of me. But I believe the reason that the name did not have the power it did before was because the name was being used on the wrong office, on the wrong individual. The individual has changed. They were speaking of Titania as the queen that is, not the queen she has become.
So Titania was grandmother's name when she was what mother is now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Who said Titania to us? It was just recently, right?
It was Drock. Drock said Lakessen's name at some point. We were talking to Narsinhar.
I feel like we only
Drock
just
said
got...
Lakessen, but we all heard Titania.
Oh.
That was one of the times.
Oh, you know, that might explain too Narsenhar being a disease guy because if mother likes diseases, grandmother, when she was mother, would have liked diseases, maybe.
Sorry, what did Gary say though in response?
That was
One,
one
you're
of the
correct.
times.
That is one of the 2 times that you've heard it. And 2, you're also correct. Narsenhar was remembering Titania as the queen of summer, but she is considered grandmother's pet. The idea that this was something that she had before she became grandmother sort of lines up with that idea. And you've heard it from one other person. And I'm 60% sure that the person who heard it was Morin. Although there is the sort of hint of who else have you talked to that's actually old enough to remember the wrong name?
Oh,
Sort of-
Yeah, that
right.
just happened, right?
It was in my vignette with Al Shaib, wasn't it?
It was. Al Shaib called Queen Titania.
Oh, I missed that.
Was that when I was talking to him about us attempting to free the queen? He was thinking of her.
Mm-hmm.
So does he not realize that Lachesin is the queen that is?
Yeah, it's a different queen now. One of the names doesn't actually fit the old queen. Because Titania was the name of was grandmother's name when she was mother.
Right.
But it's still her name now.
Is a name that can be used if it is properly applied.
I see.
Did Al Shaib correctly apply it in that instance?
No, he
Okay.
misapplied
He's
it.
talking
He
about
applied
mother.
it to mother.
Right.
Which also kind of gives you the order of operations as far as like how old different things are and when certain things happened. So when Al Shaib was
Remade.
well, yeah.
Around.
But the parts that he can remember from being one of the Shi, from being the advisor to Imix, was before. And also you've heard from Mother during this conversation that back then she was the queen yet to come.
Right. Could she give us a number of years ago that she became the queen that is?
So she would say, I cannot give you with assurances required to me by my nature. There is a gap of indeterminate length when pieces of reality were shredded and time did not properly flow.
Why did that happen?
That was the invocation of the Second War. Do you guys know when she talks about the First, Second, and Third War? Have you guys been able to piece together what she's talking about? And if the answer is no, that's fine. She's cryptic and weird and ancient.
Yeah, isn't it the wars that we talked about before that were like, hey, there's like this one. The first one was about the like the first one was with like the summer courts, and then the second one was with the wars against the adversary, right?
I think those are battles of the Third War.
They are battles of the Third War.
Oh,
The Second War was the primordials versus the gods, right? Or was that the
Yes.
First War? Okay.
so then what
And
was the first war?
The First War is the War of the Taken.
Oh, is that when
the
the
Six?
walkers? Yeah.
When the 5 became 11, yes.
Huh.
So, so there used to be 6 things in this universe that were as badass as Mother that got taken by the adversary and turned into walkers. And nobody remembers what they are.
Yes,
Their
Like it.
strands are just plucked out.
that's what Mother says, nods.
Wild. Your mother doesn't even remember.
I do not think she does. Although if any exist that would, my mother's other would.
Hmm. Is she even
Why
older than
her?
your mother?
My mother has changed. My mother's other is the original.
Oh. As in the first, like the one who helped order everything?
Yes.
Was when you were the queen yet to come, your grandmother, was the queen that is. Who was the queen that was?
One that gave everything of herself in order to prevent the catastrophe of the First War from being the end of all things.
So there have been 2 grandmothers, 2 summer grandmothers, 2 summer queens, and 2 summer ladies.
There
But
have
only
been 2 grandmother summers, 2 queens that were an original and a replacement when the original's sacrifice saved the rest of reality. There were, to my best of my understanding, 6 others before me in my office, including one that became the current mother, or the current grandmother.
6 others.
What happened to the rest?
They were slain, one at a time, over a course of a few thousand years.
By whom?
By whom?
By the Slayer of Hope.
Oh.
Wow.
so those were those the 6 that were taken?
Or what?
No.
The Slayer of Hope is one of the 6 that was taken. There have been 6 before
Oh,
her,
yes.
and 5 of those 6 were killed by Hope Slayer.
Right. So there've been multiple summer women.
Queens.
Women. Summer women.
Well, some were ladies, some were queens, some were grandmothers. Have there been multiple winter women's?
Women's.
Wow.
So she says,
Females.
of the
They don't have to be
order
female.
of the queen that was, there is only the queen that was. So basically, there's only ever been one at the top.
But there have been multiple winter queens that is.
Yes.
And multiple queens that are yet to come.
Yes.
Okay.
And many of them have been killed by Hope Slayer.
Yes. I believe in the course of the memories that are understood within the mantles, Hope Slayer has destroyed somewhere between 40 and 50 greater or lesser and middle queens of summer and winter.
Jesus.
Wow.
She almost got another one.
Yeah.
Wait, you said lesser and greater?
The DM accidentally said lesser and greater. That's not what she would not say it that way.
Mild and medium.
Yeah, ladies and queens.
Okay.
And then she'll basically say, like, that's as close as she can get. There's some times that where like the war got so bad that time started to unravel, And so who lived and who died during that period is really difficult to understand, even for her. But she thinks that the number is somewhere between 40 and 50.
Okay. Jesus.
Jesus. Can I ask a related question? Can I show her the Sphinx lantern riddle that we weren't able to translate? The answer to it was
Yes.
78.
So the DM would have to look up part of that. If you have it to be able to show to the DM, then he can
I
try
have
to
it.
do it. I don't have it on my notes.
I
have
have this. If that jogs your memory.
We have the translated version of it, which is like
It's not really translated. Though.
fragmentary. Yeah.
I just put it in the chat.
Didn't we think this was like a multiplication of the number of gods or something?
Yeah, we did, but I want to know.
78 divided by 13 is 6. 6 is
Yeah.
a number we've heard before.
Oh, I've heard so many numbers before.
That's how I make all my connections. Have I heard the number before? Then it's probably significant.
Mm-hmm.
Can I give you an answer to this question? Yes. Will it take me more time than I want to spend going into my notes to give you the answer? Also, yes. So
Do you know off the top of your head just a vague summary?
No, I don't remember. I have not looked at that section of my notes in a long time. So
Could
Okay.
you just start like musing and maybe drop some hints about unrelated things that you didn't intend to?
Is
I
it
would-
something that you think would affect the way, like, questions that we might ask?
I think it's like listen and tremble something. Right?
listen and tremble, O horrors of
Look
ye
upon
horrors
my
of-
yeah.
Yeah, you could reverse engineer it.
Look upon my universe and tremble.
Hmm.
listen and tremble, ye horrors of my eyes and mouths, for I am come, creation's sword.
Yeah.
That is part of it, right? So that
Mhm.
is the thing. How you get 78 from it is the part where I have to break
Nobody
it down
knows.
differently.
Okay.
The queen would be able to do it, and if I look through my notes, I can translate
Okay.
my notes into the queen explaining it.
I will put a
I
little
don't want to spend the time to do
placeholder.
it.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
But yeah, that line is talking about the thing that Zectheriel / Tyseriel says when he draws the attention of the adversary.
The riddle says it's about that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I've got a note in my notes to bug you.
Yeah, please do.
Yep.
Because
He would be able to tell us, right?
Yeah.
she would be able to tell you, she'd be able to decipher it. And the really broad answer here is actually, although Morin is joking about it a bunch, it is part of the thing is it is tied to what anathema is.
Mm.
And anathema is one of the 6.
Mm.
So like I get that he's kind of joking that this is a number I've heard before, but the fact that it is 6 times 13 is part of the riddle answer, and it is because it is tied to anathema.
It's like, how many times did they kill?
Look, I was raised
gods.
Southern Baptist. I have numerology down pat.
Mhm.
But I do not think it's going to give you much more information other than her impressing upon you that the 6 that were taken were represented a completely different kind of threat to reality than what they had dealt with prior to that being a thing, and it being they had to suffer a lot to get through that time, the first time they encountered them.
So I'm going to add to our notes document that no one looks at except for me and Foxy. That knowing who
How dare you.
the 6 are is very important. You have your own documents.
There's documents?
Yeah.
Drock, you guys have been taking notes?
is that you guys are getting paid? This is the meme made me think of.
Yep.
That's the vibe I was going for.
Rock out here at McDonald's asking if the cheeseburger got cheese on it.
But yeah, Also, now that you have the context of all of what has happened to many of the previous queens, when she says she's gonna poke Shadow Killer in the face, and Shadow Killer's not gonna fight back, Shadow Killer's gonna get its sister to come after her.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she means. She means when she pokes Shadow Killer is gonna go to Hope Slayer and send Hope Slayer after the queen.
Which one is Shadow Killer?
The one in your
The
head.
Comer.
Comer.
The full name being He Who Walks in the Footsteps of Others.
Yeah, I had that. I didn't have Shadow Killer. Okay.
I think we got Shadow Killer when Sharp Prey was upset that we had Bane on board, because Bane is a creation of Shadow Killers.
Oh. Neat.
10 points for remembering that, but yes, that is true. Bane is a
Did I-
creation of Shadow Killers.
So Hope Slayer is one of the 6, though.
It is.
So the first 5 are maybe not as badass as Hope Slayer, who is really voracious. And I wonder what she used to be.
The other thing that's in there as well is you've seen what happens when Hope Slayer fights. How does Hope Slayer fight? And what are its abilities good at? Like, you've seen what Hope Slayer's abilities are through the Avatar. Do you guys remember?
Is that when
It's-
we did the whole like being on the wall with the water thing?
Yes.
She made us
Just-
sad.
She did make you sad, but she did something else too, because there was a fight that happened and you got to see like mechanically what her abilities look like. And it says in her abilities what sort of shit she does and what she's designed to do. And if you go back and look at those episodes, or look at that section of the chat log or whatever, I think it'll give you a hint as to why this is why the kill count for Hope Slayer is so impressive.
So doesn't she have a weapon made of Quicksilver, and she like hooks people with a chain?
That is one of the things she can do, yeah. So, but yeah, the queen basically passes along. Yeah, I'm going to be basically picking a fight with the one that keeps killing all of my predecessors by killing your shadow.
So are we sure that we want her to do that?
I mean, I feel like it's more dangerous to have to walk around with a walker in your head.
It's been fine so far.
Yeah, but that's because the timescale's been like minute.
I mean, I'm going to be dead in like 50 years. I felt more confident about having her do this before I knew that she's picking a fight with somebody who's killed 40 to 50 people of her stature.
40 to 50 summer queens.
Hmm.
Well, queens of summer and winter, but yeah.
Oh, right.
Okay. Well,
If she feels confident about picking this fight, then who are we to stop her, you know?
but I think it might just be in her
Mm.
nature to fight.
So
It's in her nature
she-
to protect you. I thought it was what it came down to.
Yeah.
Even
I don't-
at how exactly was it? It was in her nature to protect you, to be your guardian, even if it was not beneficial to her.
Yeah. So I think she might have to protect me if I ask her to.
Well, she said she would if you ask her to, and for now she can ignore it because it's
Yeah.
not enough of a threat to require her to respond.
So maybe we just ignore it for now.
I mean,
Or like, what's the likelihood that we're gonna be able to like come back and talk with her again?
I don't know. We still have a summer night.
I thought there were other ways of getting the walker out as well. This one is just the one that would distract it more than the others.
I thought the Sphinx said she could do it.
The Sphinx said she could do it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'd much rather risk a Sphinx than a Queen of Summer. Sorry. I liked Bess Mahiz as well, but
She's just a construct.
yeah, just a construct.
So, what other questions? Also, I don't know if it feels different for you guys, but it is kind of fun to play as a character who, you know, is still somewhat hard to understand because she's talking about really weird big concepts. But it is kind of fun to play someone who's, you know, kind of giving like, here's what the answer would be on the wiki. Like,
Yeah.
because normally I have to do a lot of like what the perspective is, what does this character know? Like I still have to do a little bit of that, but with her, it's being able to just be like, okay, here is as close to a straight answer as you're going to get.
Mm-hmm. Oh, does she know? This is small potatoes at this time, but all of my people from my village who went into the world ship, the Grave of Summer, have been afflicted by some sort of mind plague and are locked away in comas. Do you know what's happening to them?
So she does the thing where she's flickering through, looks like she's learning the answer to the question, and says, I do, but I believe it would be difficult to explain. The easiest explanation could be that they are individuals that have gotten too close to a series of events happening with reverse causality. And the reversion of the causality has displaced their thread on the tapestry of fate.
What is the event?
The event is yet to come, and until I know whether speaking of it will cause it to be more or less likely, I do not think it is a good idea to share.
Does it involve your mother?
It involves many things I cannot see. So if it does not involve her, it involves someone acting on a similar power scale. You can see her doing the second thing of pausing where she's trying to find a different way to phrase it. And then she says, normally, mortal bodies happen with their fate, their ability to interact, their will takes place in the same instant of time as their body. The ones you're speaking of got too close to something that changes the causality to the point of removing their consciousness from the current timeline and placing it elsewhere along their path.
Ahead or behind?
Ahead.
All right. Why did that not happen to me?
I don't have a very good answer that can be properly explained. I think there is an element of chance, as it does not happen to all mortals that get too close. But so too is this a thing of fate. There is chance and things that happen. That is whatever happens unconnected to the will of a creature of nature. And then there is the fate of something connected with nature. Perhaps that something was able to see your fate was not to be disconnected, but that you were to experience the event in question concurrent with your consciousness and body at that time. Perhaps it is just chance that it happened. I can't see the actions of one who is above my ability to perceive their power. Basically, she's saying that she can see there's something there, and to give a straight answer is above her pay grade.
Yep. I got that.
I have adjacent questions.
Go for it.
Regarding the world ships, do you know of them or know what they are?
I have looked and seen your current perspective on them when looking at other things you have asked about. Are you asking what they were originally or what they are in current time? I need to know a more specific question to answer.
What they were originally, we know that their names are. They were ships of the adversary.
They were test facilities for being able to properly understand pieces of unraveling. Each of the 6 that were taken designed them in ways to be able to properly understand smaller scale subjects so that they could infect the rest of the known universe with different pieces that would corrode and destroy things on a level that was different than simply going and attacking them directly. Something similar to a disease, but without its charm.
When we are near the world ships now, they project a feeling. Prosperity is named as such because people near that ship find good trade deals, for example. I think that's true. Is that true?
Faith is the one that people do make deals around because people act in good faith when they are on faith.
Okay, let's do that one then. So, fate. Is that an originally designed intention? How would that serve the adversary?
The understanding of individuality, the understanding of individual motivations, and things of that nature are so alien to the adversary that they were unable to properly combat them. In order to combat them, they must first understand them. The 6 that were taken devised ships and artifice led by the voiceless that would allow them to properly understand the individual nature of the worlds, the individual nature of creatures in it and mortals, to know the ways that they aspired to things, both good and bad, so that they could be deconstructed.
Hmm.
I don't think I quite understand that.
I think like it was just an experiment. Like they weren't trying to make a ship that made people happy. They were just trying to see what happens if you like project
Happiness at people.
an emotion. Yeah.
Not even that.
Right.
There is this thing called happiness. If I try to distill it down to its basic elements and just make a thing that makes people happy, I can then study what people who are happy are like and figure out how to systematically destroy that.
Oh.
No.
Is
I
that
see.
why all of those people were captured on the ships?
That
they
is
the
not
test
their
subject?
original purpose. No. Their original purpose was to test for these things. But that was prior to the Second War. During the First War, it was those things that allowed the six that were taken to properly connect with things. I think, although this is lost from reality, even though it is within my lifetime, that some portion of the originals of those ships were vessels that would allow the taken to become taken. But beyond that, once they were used in other iterations of other wars for other purposes, repurposed over thousands and thousands of years for different elements of the adversary's plans, they eventually became the cornerstones to the creatures they sent that were the voiceless. They were the command ships of the voiceless.
The ships are biomechanical. Were they originally more biological and the mechanical was added, or vice versa?
The original ships were creatures. They became more mechanical with the advent of the voiceless. They are from outside of our timeline, and in their timeline, all things that are biological are at least partially mechanical, and most things are mechanical. They themselves are the few singularly biological organisms from their timeline. Or at least that is as best as I've been able to understand from the ones I have known.
She's talking about the voiceless talkers or the ships?
The voiceless talkers.
Okay.
I mean, she's sort of talking about the ships, like explaining that they were changed that way by the talkers. So, yeah, it's both.
Yeah. Okay. And then also, I do not remember where I came by this information, but I believe we were told that the ships ran on the power of dragons. Do you know about that?
That is something that I believe might be incorrect. Although, if you do not know the context for which you heard it, I cannot be certain to tell you something is definitively wrong. Suffice to say, I do not know the connection, although there have been some that have been created with the purpose of understanding what it is to be draconic.
Hmm.
And how many world ships were there?
Originally, there were 11, but that has been a very, very long time. They have been changed, altered, rebuilt, and rebuilt again. Fleets have been made and destroyed since their original creations. I do not know how many have been created over the years, but there should be several still surviving. As far as I'm able to perceive things, I would imagine that number is at least 20.
Many have made their way to Sulban. Do you know why that would be?
Because that is the testing ground for most of the mortal races, yes. She sits and thinks a little bit and then goes, another potential reason that you would have them there would be that that is where most mortals are, and so any mortals that gain control of the ships would attempt to take them there. But if it is a fundamental reason rather than a mortal one, then Subaan is in the axes of what is now the planes, what some might call mirrors.
That's unique to Soulbun?
It is not completely unique. However, the amount of confluences, the amount of connections, she will gesture and show you basically what you've seen in several times, right? The like pancake looking things, many layers of the mirrors stacked on top of each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll squish the center of it where the middles of them are really close, kind of making what kind of looks like a gravity well in the middle. And then she'll point to a couple other places where there are smaller things where the mirrors bend a little bit in, and basically say where Sulban is the strongest connections between all of the planes are here, the strongest form of overlap, and everywhere else there are some overlaps, but this one has more crossing points, more close connections than anything else. And so if you're going to have ships that move from different places that eventually kind of gather in one place over time, gathering where it is easiest to travel makes sense. It's effectively a planar crossroads, so crash ships just slowly accumulate there.
Would Matsevo be different in that it's kind of like one directional?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm.
And is that phenomenon about Matsevo like something that was engineered as opposed to be naturally occurring?
Is that something you're asking Mother?
Yeah.
She would say, yes, it was designed by my other.
Okay, so we have the first war, the War of the Taken, second war, Primordial Gods, third war, the current war with the adversary?
Third war is the war where she was sealed away. So that's the one 10,000 years ago.
Okay. And then Sage was talking about wars, but I think what he actually means is battles,
Battles. Yeah.
Mhm.
with the first battle being the destruction of the courts.
Yeah,
What was the second battle? Was that the destruction of the shard mines?
the gods.
Destruction of the gods. Yeah.
Oh, right, because in the second war, the gods defeated the primordials, but the gods are still right. I think when we talked to him about the destruction of the gods, I thought the primordials were involved with it. They were not. And then the third battle, Sage said, was ongoing.
Well, it was ongoing when he was sealed away. So he thinks it happened, but he thinks something happened there because obviously the adversary doesn't win completely because existence happens.
Okay.
But yeah, he was sealed away during during what he considers to be the time of the third battle.
Okay. If I were to relay this information about the timeline of the battles, would the queen be able to find out why it was that the adversary was unable to succeed?
So you relay the timeline to her, and she says, the adversary won the first battle of the Third War. They won the second battle of the Third War. And the third and final battle of the Third War, they also won. Their victory was complete. And as far as I can see it, there is no reason existence should have continued. Yet it did. There is a missing piece, an element there that does not fit. I have a belief, but that is mine, not my role as queen. I believe I understand as a mortal. I do not think myself as the mantle would understand, and it is difficult to give an indefinite answer and still be the queen that is.
If the courts were the object of the first battle and the gods the second, what was the objective of the third battle?
The removal of the crusade. mortal kind's last bulwark against the adversary.
We spoke with somebody recently who told us that the things the adversary feared were not actually what became its downfall. You guys remember that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And what did they say?
So the adversary feared the gods, the crusade, and the shard mines.
But then none of those three ended up being like a threat.
Right. And then did they say what was the threat?
Was
No.
this when we had our you did that ritual on the shard mine fragments in the outside the beacon factory? Is that when we heard this?
Shard mine fragments?
I think you mean the beacon factory where the shard mines were, but Griffel, do you remember where you heard that? Or the three?
Mm,
Or was it when Griffel had her vignette with the
yeah, I think it was with my spirit.
With the kind.
I don't know if I took
Oh.
notes on that, but because they said some stuff like here's what they should have actually been worried about. I
And the
thought.
kind is
That-
still around. Like the fox spirit is around. You're just not in the present in the conversation. At least hasn't been so far.
I don't know if I want to talk to. I'm gonna have a serious conversation with this spirit, Gary, after this revelation, this session.
Mm-hmm. So remembering that sort of thing, the three things it feared are not the three things that it should have actually been worried about. None of those three things were its downfall.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that comes from the kind, would you bring forth the fox spirit for the conversation, or is that for later?
Sure. Yes, I
I'm not
will.
trying to force
But
you.
I'm not happy about it.
If you don't want to, you don't have to. I'm asking if that is something, because like
No, because like I do want the information. I just don't want to talk to this like skeevy bastard.
You sure pick up and dispose of new religions pretty quickly, Griffel.
So I think okay, I'm looking at my notes if you don't want to bring out your guy. And there's something about I think you were talking to the like spirit of the redeemed. And I think we asked about what the adversary's weaknesses were, and it said the courts of fairy, the shard mines, and and the crusade. But they defeated two of those three, so
3 of those 3.
No,
yeah.
they didn't fully defeat the courts.
Well, they didn't fully defeat the shard mines. I mean,
Well,
all
Well,
The
they
queen
sort
just
of
said-
did. I mean, we walked on the grave of the shard mines. It was very unpleasant.
yeah.
the queen just said the first, second, and third battles were the destruction of the courts, the gods, and the Yellow Crusade, and they won all 3.
Yeah.
At what point during that was the destruction of the shard mines then?
That was the first one. The first battle.
the outer gate was destroyed during the battle with the courts. Yeah, so the first battle was the destruction of the shard mines and the destruction of the outer gates.
Because it was at Matsevo, and Clotho was supposed to go to the battle, and she didn't.
Right. Oh yeah, Merc can also kill the walker in my head. That's another thing we have. I don't know. I don't think I took notes on your vision. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I feel like it's something I would remember though.
No, I think I think that there's nothing from this that you've not already brought up that was like, oh, I need them to remember this specific thing, right? It's you remember
Okay.
it was the destruction of those three things, that there was something else, and that it wasn't really understood exactly what that something else was, that it was a hard thing to explain. Because from the perspective of the kind, it's like they won and then they were gone. And that's kind of what the queen is saying, like from what she can see, from what she can sense by sending out her feelers all over the universe. She's going back, okay, I was defeated here in the first battle. What happened in the second battle? Well, we lost. Okay, well, what happened in the third battle? We lost again. And then the adversary was gone. Why? There is that question that's still in the air, and the queen doesn't know why that happened. She's missing something.
But the kind does know, right?
No.
No. Okay. I thought it did. Okay.
It just said like we were gone and then something happened. And then the third battle was like not entirely lost. Well, actually, I think the kind specifically was like, no, we won the third battle.
I thought that too.
But from Lakeson's perspective,
The battles were lost.
it was a loss, but then it was not.
And we know the Crusaders are in the Infinite Rings. So maybe, you know, it was like some secret important thing got squirreled away.
So, is there any part of this, and I'm addressing this to the queen, is there any part of this victory being incomplete that would relate to the mirror of all races still being in our reality?
She thinks and says, yes. Yes. There are pieces of that. I can see the plan emerge. It must be the mirror. It must be the installation of a Morthak across a species. I think that is the key. I don't know exactly how. I will need to try to find understanding. But I think the installation of a Morthak is part of it. You can
Who
see
would
her
have
eyes
power to
flickering.
do that?
You say the installation of a Morthak, as in the adversary puts a Morthak into a
No.
species?
That's what the
Or-
mirror
No,
is.
no.
The mirror is a Morthak.
Which is kind of like an
Thought golem.
external, like a kind of like a soul.
So her eyes flash open, turn completely gold for a moment, and then she lives off another one of those like beautiful, powerful peals of laughter. And she goes, that's it. No, it's not a Morthak. It's more deadly, more simple, more pervasive than that. It's an ideal, an idea. That is what they lost. That is what they gained. In destroying the crusade, the people on the side of the adversary, the voiceless, the hive mind, were infected with belief. They could believe in a thing existing greater than themselves and worth saving. The destruction of the gods, the destruction of my kind, the destruction of the courts, their victory was complete. But that is not how things are done. Things are not complete by knowing how things are written of in history books of knowing the battle lines and the statistics of what happens on either side. Things are done from the hearts and minds of those that fought in the wars. They won all of the wars, but in the hearts and minds of their most important soldiers, they lost. The crusade didn't win in strength of arms. They showed the voiceless that there was reason to believe that something in this reality had value. And that belief spread through their hive mind like a cancer. And when the orders were given to destroy all reality, they rebelled, and they themselves had to be destroyed. There is a fourth battle. The walkers against their own. The walkers against the voiceless talkers. And no side came out the victor. They destroyed each other in this reality. Do you guys understand what she's saying?
Mm-hmm.
They turned traitor, essentially.
He redeemed boy.
Yeah. Our friend, our buddy. Our old pal.
So she
So,
focuses. Go ahead.
what does that say about Eureka then? Because he was kind of unhinged.
He wanted us to drive his hive mind,
Mm-hmm.
and we assumed that the hive mind was adversary.
But he didn't really want to destroy reality. He wanted to incorporate us into his cult,
To his hive mind.
his hive mind cult.
I'm hesitant to call it a cult just because I'm afraid Griffle will join it very quickly.
Wow.
And then leave it almost immediately.
And then leave it the session next.
This Eureka guy's got some interesting ideas.
Had.
I like the way he makes me feel.
I will say that one of the fun things of playing in the other game that I'm running right now is the like section of the map or whatever that has the by far highest effective mortality rate are groups of characters going to go meet this one cult, and then like 1, 2, or 3 of them deciding that their characters converted to the cult and became NPCs. Like that is killed. That is removed more player characters from the roster than anything else in the campaign so far. They get there and they're like, actually, the Kool-Aid is wonderful. So, I mean, I guess we're staying.
So if she has realized that the mirror are part of it, along with the voiceless talkers getting converted. The mirror have just been shunted to the center of the infinite rings. We were able to free some, but the prison triggered and teleported there before we came to find you.
Okay.
Are they safe there? Is it imperative that we go and free them?
So she
Is it
says
fine if they all die?
they are here to reinforce basic pieces of reality and to be early warning signs when a particular species or ideal is removed. They were created in an effort to prevent the shearing and the loss of information from the Second War. I do not believe, unless anything is specifically trying to destroy them, that they are in threat or at least the Morthak that they carry with them is unlikely to be threatened unless something is specifically going after them. As far as I can tell, that is not what is happening. If a mere individual is killed, unless they are the last of that species, the mere will then pass to others. I think that on the scale of all mortals, it is likely very beneficial if most or all, if the previous mere, are killed. On the perspective of the individuals, I believe it could be more beneficial if specific ones are not.
Can you sense who the mirror are of a given species?
She blinks and then goes, yes.
Who's the dragon mirror?
Yeah.
So she focuses and concentrates, and then she says, the dragon mirror is currently discorporating.
Thanks, Merc.
Yeah.
So she focuses on it for a little bit more, and then says, I don't know what the identity of the one is before they discorporated, but I can see it is beginning to pass to another.
For the first time ever, we know something you don't.
Do you know who that other will be? Or is it only
She keeps
once it's
focusing,
complete?
and you see her like lean into that thing where she's drawing energy, and you can feel the like world behind her kind of crack and become brittle where she's drawing a ton of planar energy. And she goes, there is only one thread.
Oh shit.
I think we know who it is.
It's our boy. Blue
She
Dragon on the North Sea.
She says, your question, who is the draconic mirror, is an impossible question to answer. A good trick for a good fae. But I believe the question you are asking is, when time continues to move and the threads are woven, where will the Morthak settle? It will settle on an individual tied well to your past and future. A creature called Mikilivendarasis.
Yeah.
That one's for you, homie.
Maybe he can get busy now because they have the mirror, so maybe they won't be so like sad and not dragony all the time.
You see the queen like look at you like, what?
So sad and not dragony.
Their
Clotho,
connection to Io.
could you tell Mother about your sparking the dragon in Silverspire?
So she looks over to Clotho, and then the two of them, they both do the thing where their eyes go like flicker with gold, and you can tell that there's a ton of information. Like, she took the thing that she's been aiming at like multiple planes to crop dust collection of information and aimed it directly at one person.
Sorry.
And then she kind of like you see Clotho stagger and fall down, and then sort of get up like she looks like she's drunk. And then the queen turns back to you and says, ah, yes, that thread is very weak. I think I understand what you call a spark. It is a reordering of reality, done on a small scale. She turns and looks, and you see the windows beginning to form behind her.
Oh boy.
I think it needs to be done on an entirely different scale for things to be properly redone.
Is she bringing him? Is she bringing Io back?
No, I think she's just awakening all the dragons. That's my guess.
Oh, I hope so.
Oh my god, that's so
Uh,
cool. Wait, can she
yeah.
do that? She's not Io.
Kulavir's gonna be pissed.
So you see her stepping back up to the windows as they're reforming, and she says, I am not she that gave birth to the life and the spark of the dragon, but I am caretaker. I am friend of Io. Hear me, O world, and remember the voice of your mother. When she puts her head forward, you see her body sort of impossibly contort, like she's breathing in, and her entire body almost like comically fills like a balloon, where she gets to be like 6 or 7 times her full size. And then she puts her face forward into one of the portals, and you see on the other side of the portal this sort of ripple as she lets out what must be on the other side, an ungodly loud noise. That's probably something like a roar. And when she does, you see from a cave on a mountaintop a dragon kind of poke its head and look out and look around. And then you see she finishes deflating back to normal side. She sticks her head back into the portal, and then she smiles and shivers and goes, I did not know the charge of my old friend was not being properly kept. I will see that it is done. I will see that her will remains. It is good to take action again. She starts going along to each of the portals and then touching them with just a fingertip. And you can see that she's probably repeating the same thing she did for that first one, only instead of breathing and roaring through the portal, she's more or less copy pasting the effect. She captured it in one portal and is now flicking it through several different planes. And you can see this roar rippling through, and then the windows change. They focus on a dragon looking confused and afraid, and then stepping up or stepping out, taking flight, moving as she goes through one by one to different areas on different planes, awakening the dragons. She looks like she's going to continue talking to you, but this looks like something that's going to take her some time to complete.
Oh my god, one of many just forbidden something.
Now Aegis can tell me that I don't know what he is. I see you.
So she continues. She looks back to you like, all right, I'm going to be doing this, but we can keep talking. And you can see that same sort of like slightly girlish energy, that sort of young, like vibrancy that she had when she was invoking her brother's name, when she was bringing her brother back into the world. That is there while she's doing this. Like, she seems to be really enjoying using her power, using her mantle to do something. What else do you guys want to do?
Griffel, I don't want to steal your question that you put in Discord, but I am very interested about your beacons question.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Where did Griffle put her question? Oh, there, yeah.
Is that something you would like to ask, Griffle?
Sorry, I had to step away for about a couple of minutes. Dog was being silly. Um,
I'm pretty sure
would
as
you
soon as
mind
you
terribly?
as soon as you stepped away, I'm pretty sure I went, "Hey, Griffle."
Yeah.
I wanted to get onto the topic of beacons,
Oh yes.
but I don't want to steal your question. So
Well, I don't really. It's a sensitive topic, right? So we kind of can't just launch at it. What would the question be? Like,
If you're going to ask her a sensitive question, something that might upset her, asking her now is probably the best way to do it because she seems to be enjoying the process of using her power to awaken the
Yeah.
dragon. So
yeah.
we just earned some favor.
Lachesis, we are aware of objects that we call beacons. And we know that these objects were made through great evil acts which destroyed many of the Shi. Do you know of a way to reverse this? Is there some way that we could bring them back?
yes, to your questions. I am aware of them. I understand them. They can be brought back.
Would you tell us how? Can we help in some way?
I would struggle, not with the explanation, but with the action itself. You must understand that it is the nature of a queen to take care of their court. But at the same time, those that are the enemies of the court must be dealt with. And it is difficult to understand what you're doing when some things have been fundamentally altered. To explain in the best of ways, understand that my nature is to promote summer and to oppose winter. The echoes have been stripped of everything but their basic understanding that they are she. Should I intervene personally and change one back to what they were, and that creature was she of the summer, there would be nothing wrong. Were I to do that and one of them was a she of winter, I would be acting directly against my nature.
Let's see.
There's no way to tell before interacting.
There is no way to tell without either myself and my other working in unison, or potentially one of the queens that was.
What about your brother? Is this something he could do?
It is not in my brother's nature to return slain things to life in either aspect.
Is this something that a mortal could do?
It is a thing that is possible for mortals, but for me to explain it, for me to use you as my instrument to do such a thing, would be a dangerously fine line between me just doing it myself.
Is there a way that you could point us in a fruitful direction that would not go against your nature?
I do not know if it is in a direction of sorts other than forward, but there is a direction you can pursue. Further along in your timeline, further along in your weave, there is an answer to this that will be similar to the answer to the question you have already asked about those that have had their consciousness removed. There is a moment in time where those consciousness lost across the weave will be able to come together. In that confluence, you would be able to return others, some mortal, some she, and you would have the will to return those of either side.
Hmm.
Said it a non-fairy queen way. She can see that there is a future where you're going to have the chance to do this,
Mhm.
and she doesn't think anything other than you living to get that far is going to be needed.
Right. That's
Great.
cool.
Yeah.
Good to
Easy.
know.
Easy.
Time to go back to the Reach, drink some storm ale, and wait for the moment.
Yep. It's totally what you guys can do.
Okay. Is it possible to identify the she who are in a particular beacon, or is that not an achievable feat?
It will be easy to identify everything: a name, a specific individuality, their allegiances, their past, their future, their history. It will all come to pass once their consciousness are realigned with their physical forms in the timelines.
Okay.
So we just have to wait.
So the reason I'm thinking about this is because like we left the beacon factory behind, and we kind of don't know like where it is / how to get to it.
It's at Matsevo.
Yeah. I think we'd have to use the borer probably to get back to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm
Or-
saying is like we don't know if it's possible to get back to it.
So she looks around as she continues walking and says, normally in these sorts of things, it is in my nature to barter, to plan, to deal with things back and forth and make bargains, to trade information for information. Normally, I am last to act in a conference between myself and mortals. She taps another mirror while she's talking. But in this conversation, I have acted twice in excellent fashion. And you not at all. The question I have for you is, what will do you wish to have done? Basically, she's asking you kind of what the DM is asking you. What do you want to do next? Because she's used to people coming to her and doing all kinds of crazy shit, and then her just sort of sitting back. And now she's taken two big actions while you guys are still asking questions. She doesn't seem to be against it. She just thinks it's interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty much our whole thing, lady.
Well, to be honest, I guess our characters don't know this, but we're getting regular mail from the prophetic one. We've kind of been just running around the universe, tidying up what little messes he finds for us.
Mostly our big goal was to free you.
Yeah, I think we're kind of done with this campaign. I think we did it.
Yep.
So you say, and you have accomplished that task. And these spirits, these visions you've received before, I can sense them building. sense them on the edge of my veil. I believe once you are outside of it, or once I lift it, the ones that have been kept from you will come to you.
When you say veil, are you referring to what we call Kaz al-Matar?
Yes, the obfuscation that protects my hiding place. Or, I guess, now I should say protected.
Were you hiding by choice or were you imprisoned?
She thinks about it for a second and says, I believe, depending on your perspective, the answer is either and both.
Mm.
This place was created long before I was imprisoned, but it was created to imprison me instead of having me be destroyed. I guess you could say it's something as a safeguard.
Like the one Safal Garen.
Or like the one that you saw that Clotho had, right?
Yeah.
Why are stars called seeds?
Oh,
Is that what you ask her?
Uh-huh.
Because they give life to universes, life to systems. The energy contained in any one of these is enough that someone stronger than I could birth an entire universe. And most of the consciousnesses that exist as mortals started off as the raw power of one of the seeds of life. She gestured around her, and you can see for a moment the walls go completely crystalline, and you can see you're still in the heart of a star. Like there's still just a gigantic fireball around you. And then she waves and it disappears. So she says that each one of the mortal races, they were created from taking one of the stars and turning it into consciousness, turning it into sentience.
by grandmother? The grandmothers?
She says something of their strength. Yes.
You said in the Fourth War that the voiceless talkers and the walkers destroyed each other in this reality. We've encountered both in our reality again.
So she says, I do not know what you have encountered, if it is remnants or if they are recreations or imitations. It is still too young to me for me to be able, I am still too young to this for me to be able to say with certainty when I am looking at things so close to the adversary. My vision is clear of reality, but unreality takes me longer.
We gave oh man. Well, I'm not a goblin. We gave Merc the blood of one of the walkers for him to hunt.
She waits for you to continue talking.
No, that's all I had to say.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know if she has some kind of connection to Merc.
So she would say, my brother's most faithful hound. If my brother were close to me, I could ask him if that was a successful endeavor. But beyond that, I do not know. And then she'll kind of come back to the earlier thing that you said and say, I believe rather than it being all out destruction, it was a simple ultimatum. The voiceless ones were given a choice: unmake reality make their victory complete, join the outsiders or be destroyed. And they chose to stand for something, like the ones they had destroyed before. They showed that they could take the path, that reality should exist, that existing had merit. The hearts, if they are such a thing, of the voiceless talkers had been won by the fallen bodies of the Topaz Crusade defending their home.
Were these voiceless talkers one of the redeemed?
I am giving a story up until now, an interpretation of events. But for me to tell you with certainty, I do not know yet. I must look through time, look at the weaves of the patterns around the creatures and see if my assumptions have merit. Everything seems to fit, but until I examine closer, until I get very close to the things that are fundamentally against reality and against my ability to see them, and I can see in contrast to what is around them, I cannot know for certain. So she still feels pretty confident in the big picture of what happened, but the specifics is going to take her a long time to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
So she had asked us, like, what our next move or what we want from her, right?
Yep. What do you guys want to do next?
Okay.
It was a little bit more of a, like, again, I'm used to someone coming to me, mortals coming to me, doing something and then going, they want to come to me so they can do something specific and then go. They
Mhm.
want something from me. You guys haven't followed that pattern so far. So is that a thing that's going to happen at some point in this conversation of you're going to tell me what you want to have done?
Mhm. Uh, I very much wanted to see dragons restored, and I am grateful to you for doing this. I believe. Oh,
Go ahead.
yeah. No, you go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So she's continuing to tap along, and then she goes and stops and taps on what looks to be maybe one of the last ones. And then you see before she lets her finger touch the mirror kind of fades for a second, and it looks very different. And it's this impossibly big structure that at first looks like a mountain, and then you can see that it's not a mountain; it's a tower. It's a tower that's kind of built in the scale of like the Tower of Babel. It is miles tall, and you can see it from everywhere. And there is this massive, desolate landscape that is dotted with fortresses and fortifications all over the place. There are these brown rivers that look like rivers of rust that are winding through this broken land, and all these strange pieces of trees that look like swords growing out into roughly tree and bush like shapes. And she hovers over that, and you can see that the kind of power in her hand swells, where she's not going to touch this with one finger. She's going to touch the mirror with her entire hand. And then the sort of viewpoint of it zooms in, and you can see all over the tower that there are battles happening. There's fights happening with defenders. Things are constantly assaulting the walls. And once you get closer, you can realize that the things hovering above that look like large ships are large ships. But once you get close and you see the scale of the tower, you can tell that the three large ships above are world ships, laying down fire down below, laying down these incredible lances of energy, striking off wards and defenses, but slowly battering the defenses down. And then you can see her place her hand there, and the walls ripple and shake with the terrible sound of the roar that she's letting loose. And then when she pulls her hand back, you see dozens of dragons explode from caverns and places all around the tower and start to fly up into the air, striking with spells and tooth and claw, with fire and ice and lightning as they breathe and strike free and wreak havoc as a counterattack of somewhat difficult to comprehend scale happens as hundreds of dragons come out of the tower to strike back at what looks to be a force of tens of thousands of attackers. She pulls her hand back, turns towards you, and then you were about to say something, so she waits.
Great. Great. Yeah, carry on.
She looks back at the mirror and then says, I believe this is the last one. I believe with the return of the proper flow of blood to the bloodline of the Draconic, that the discorporation I felt before has already begun to pass. The one I named is here, and soon all of Dragonkind will focus here. It'll be interesting to see if the mirror survives what is going to happen next.
And what is that?
There is war to this place, like has never been seen before. It would be too difficult for me to see through all the possible fates that are coming close to know what exactly will happen. But I can see that here it is possible the mirror might pass more than once in rapid succession. So she doesn't know exactly what's going to happen, but she's basically leaving the screen turned on because she's interested to see what happens now that you've brought her attention to the Draconic mirror has changed.
Mhm. Can we tell which ships are attacking?
Yes. You guys would know enough. Oh, well, what specific ships are attacking? I don't think you guys would be able to figure that out just by looking, but you
Mhm.
would be able to tell that they are Imperium ships.
Okay.
Or rather, the three world ships are Imperium make, and you can see there's lots of other smaller ships. Probably several of those smaller ships are going to be the sort of strange mechanical versions of the vampire ships.
Okay.
Was that the plane of the Iron Tower?
Mhm.
Yes. um, Mother, at a time previous, we stabbed a walker in the eye with Baneslayer, a weapon wielded by Filibuster, which was given to him by Tysuriel, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Um, this attack blinded. This attack blinded multiple other individuals that we believe are affiliated with the
Hi.
adversary.
Oh, there we go. My sound wasn't working. I was trying to ask a question. You guys couldn't hear me. Please keep going. I'll ask it in
Oh,
a
I'm
sec.
sorry. One of these individuals was an alienist that was blinded when she was doing a divination sometime in the past. Another one is an individual who is calling himself the Night King, Marin Turi. How is it that they are linked to be wounded by this?
Because she smiles and says, I do not think I would have had that answer a few minutes ago. But it is my belief, not my knowledge, but my belief is that the adversary learned from their failures at what we'll call the fourth battle that if they do not keep their servants on a very tight and close leash, that they will not be able to properly control them anymore. That connection has become so strong that in the strongest servants of the adversary, they will be almost indistinguishable from the bodies of the walkers themselves.
Is it? Well, you've killed a walker before, right?
I have, yes.
But they'll just keep coming back.
They will. They exist only in a specific place within our timeline and within our reality, but outside of our reality, they exist at all times and everywhere. It only takes the understanding that they do not exist here at a time where they don't exist here for them to remanifest. Sometimes that takes a great deal of time. Sometimes it is very quick.
Is there a way to trick a walker to think that it exists here while it does not? Or to trap one?
So she smiles and says, There is. Yes. Such was the ending of the Second War.
This might be like a completely stupid question. But would she have any idea? So, like, the Imperium uses like the Sin moniker for their world ships,
Mhm.
which we have previously associated with like we've previously associated with you know, God, I don't know. Sorry. We've previously associated with the adversary.
Mhm.
Is there any way? Would she know anything about like why that might be?
Why the Sens are associated with the adversary?
Why the sins are associated with the adversary, and then why the Imperium have named their. Because what we saw was essentially like Clotho looked at an adversary ship and identified it as Sin the Second.
Mhm.
And then we later learned that there was an Imperium fleet Sin the Second.
Mhm.
So what is the connection between them? Why would one be named the same as the other?
So the fleet, the flagship of the fleet is the world ship of the same name. So the fleet for Sin the Second, the central, like the cornerstone of that fleet is the world ship Sin the Second. But if you ask her about that, she will say, it is a current manifestation of things like your, I don't want to say incorrect naming convention of the walkers, but a naming convention that is inverted from as it was at my time. The sins, as you have named them, as far as I'm able to perceive them so far, seem to be recreations of something that allows the walkers a stronger presence in the world. So basically, the same thing of when you guys are using the name that she doesn't want to use for the walkers, it gives them a little bit of power.
Mhm.
The same thing as the walkers have broken reality to the point where what used to be a religion or what used to be a belief system that was anti-adversary has at its core become something that fuels and powers the adversary.
Right.
That whole the adversary corrupts thing, this is
Yeah.
late stage corruption. I mean, it's late stage corruption on capital ships, so I guess it's capitalist corruption.
So is there something specific about like the way that it's said in the second that gives power, or is it just the fact that they've like taken what could have been a good religion and made it corrupt and evil?
Their ideologies and actions, not the forms and formats, have allowed for the adversary to spread. And they are. She stops as she's like mid trying to explain something, and you see the eyes flicker like green, gold, green, gold. They are not completely corrupted, and the adversary is not completely clean. I can sense a plague within the adversary. That's impossible. Everything I know of reality says that that is impossible. You see, the queen looks confused for the first time in the conversation.
Uh-oh.
In the way that the voiceless talkers were corrupted by the crusade?
No, this is direct. This is something different. No, that thing, that ideal, that was a metaphor of corruption, a spreading of things, of way of being through mental links. Many creatures of the adversary use this sort of thing to communicate and to find one another, to work as one cohesive unit. But that thing has been turned against some of them. I can sense their pain and confusion and fear. I can sense creatures finding them and destroying them. I can sense their will and desire to find others of their kind, but then those ones are being banished and taken away. The ones that have been corrupted aren't trying to break away from the ones that have not. Instead, it is the reverse. It seems to be the one that are not afflicted are pushing back against those that are. There is dissent within the forces of the adversary. I have never seen this. I've seen it in their individuality, yes. This must be at least some representation of what happened before, but this is the core thing. This is something that I think if left unchecked, it could infect the outside as well as the adversary inside of our universe. You see her like spinning her hands, like she's weaving something between her hands, almost like she's kind of like hand crocheting. And as she's doing that, you can see little strands of power between her fingers. She's kind of focused, giving like 1,000-yard stare. And then she's looking off into the distance, and she can see that, like, as she's focusing on what she's doing, you can see her trying to like put together pieces. Like she's trying to gather that same thing. The thing that she did before, where you can feel the kind of area behind her cracking slightly and bits of planar energy leaking through, where she's drawing deep on her power to do something. She's doing that now, and sort of very absentmindedly, sort of like creating something in her hands. Like she's not absentmindedly, it's not the right word. She's focused on something else, but her hands are very adeptly going through something that looks like a routine. And in the process, she's weaving something in her hands that looks like it's raw power. What would you guys do if you see her do this? Like, she just kind of stops the conversation and starts doing this.
Just let her
So-
do it, I guess.
Can I sense what she's making or tell?
So you can open up your senses and try to do it.
Sure.
Hey, we're going to have a d20 roll before we get to the end of the session. Holy shit.
Yay!
Natural 1.
I would also ask Sharp Prey to look.
Sharp Prey refuses.
Like, just won't look at her?
Yeah, will not look at her.
Oh, they should be so excited.
He is excited. He's not going to look at her while she's working.
Oh, interesting.
Your Arcana is better than your Nature, I assume.
Yeah.
It's not a scrying ritual, but you are learning something. Let's see.
I do also have something that if I fail, I get a reroll with the power bonus.
Well, you did fail. So what would that thing be?
It is my ribbon of limitless questions daily. I fail an intelligence or charisma based skill check. During a skill challenge, reroll a skill check with a +2 power bonus and use either result.
Okay. Yes, +2. That's definitely a success.
Yay!
So you see her doing something, and there is a moment that it's kind of hard to understand because what she's doing shouldn't be possible. You've seen people do illusions and spells and things like that. You've never seen someone else perfectly replicate a spell signature.
Mm.
She's weaving a spell in her hands, but while she's doing it, you can see a dividing line between what her spell signature looks like and the spell signature she's holding in her hands. The thing that she's holding, you can see the reason that she's knitting it the way that she is that she is kind of basically pushing out a ton of primal power from herself and then using that as like gloves to hold her, to like wrap around her hands. And then she's drawing other power sources together and knitting them together to where what she's mostly working with is primal, but she's using primal to manipulate other power sources. So she's using psionic power, but she's using primal power to draw in psionic power and then weave it into one thing. And as you can see her mixing all of these things together, you can see that what comes out the other side is this mixture of primal power, divine power, arcane power, all folded all into one thing that you've seen before. And not only have you seen it before, it doesn't take really any effort once you can understand what she's doing to see the spell signature of what is inside. Do you know what she's doing? Does Kylie understand before I say what it is?
I mean, it sounds like she's making a forgery.
She's not actually. She's making a representation. She's making I guess it is kind of as a forgery. She's making a perfect copy of a spell in her hands. But do you know what spell she's making? What spell in the campaign has been described in that way?
No.
So when she holds up her hands, her eyes go back from gold to green, and she says, This is what has been placed upon some of them. It spreads through them in a way I don't properly understand. But I think it's trying to eat at their hive mind to eat at what they are, eat at all the ties that bind them together. It draws things that are like together, like to like, and then it destroys them. And again and again and again.
Oh, it's crap. The courtesan thing. The
malediction.
Yes.
When she shows it, you recognize her replicating An's spell signature.
Ugh,
It's the malediction.
gorgeous.
You mean the same malediction that created a bunch of like undead in the South Seas?
Yep. The same malediction that wiped out most life on the continent on the eastern side of the Nif Sea. That's on the other side of the sea from where the Reach is. The same malediction that was cast on a creature, on an entity whose name would harm those that would try to hear it.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Because you guys asked, what was it, Skrit at court, like when were the maledictions cast, and it told you the dates when each of them was cast, and then you asked what were the targets of each malediction, and then there was one where it was like, if I were to tell you, it would hurt you, and I don't want to hurt.
In court.
Mm.
I did ask at one point if it was a meatball or the entity, as Morin calls it, but apparently you guys didn't get a look at it, sadly.
That was maledictioned?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And so she puts her hands up, she looks at this, she looks at you and sees that you recognize what she's holding. And then she looks behind her and says, well, I guess if we are all to learn, it is time for my veil to fall.
Oh.
She lets the veil fall, and the visions snap into place, one after another after another. The first vision hits, it plays through. The second vision hits, and it's disorienting. It feels strange. This is a vision of something that is close to you, and the closeness is awkward, of a vision of someone you've already met before. And then something changes. The next vision, maybe it's supposed to come, maybe it's not. Maybe it's overwritten or changed. Maybe something changes in a way that swirls you down and back, far, far back in time. And the next vision isn't of the future, it's of the past. It's of the past of a researcher, of a woman who was told that she needed to do something. She needed to make a weapon, the ultimate weapon, against an adversary that no one could truly defeat. But the weapons program was too dangerous. It could destroy the very ones who had had cause to try to contract it. And those that had contracted it, those many thousands of years ago, when they pulled the plug, they canceled the funding, they drew every support they could away. The Shard Minds believed that other things functioned like them. That when they said no more research would be done, funding a weapon to destroy a hive mind, they believed that a woman who had devoted her entire life to this would let it go, rather than reach for more power, for more time, to learn to make the ultimate weapon.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh my god.
Hey, I think that's a good time.
On the song vision.
Yeah. Jesus.
So you're going to get one vision that is somewhat something you guys already know to a certain extent. It's just going to be more context. You're going to get one vision of a future event with An, and then you're going to get one vision of a far, far past event from On's perspective.
A future vision from On?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ugh, I can't wait. I told you guys she
Excited.
wasn't evil. I always believed.
Sure you did.
I did.
Time 4 o'clock. Okay.
So
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Well, looks like
For
my
a
hand
was a
is gonna hurt
lot.
tomorrow.
For a 5-hour chat, that was pretty intense.
That was also actually like reasonably productive by our standards.
Yeah, and I successfully filibustered and we never talked about Shadowheart or Shadow Mantle.
I have.
Right. You successfully filibustered, so you made it out to where the adversary wasn't necessarily the bad guy. I don't know if that happened.
I have 16 pages of notes.
I mean,
Josh, get to typing.
that sounds like a lot, but also this session was like,
Oh.
hey, person who will answer our fucking questions.
Oh,
We have
It's
4
also not a
yards.
lot.
What?
She writes with huge letters.
That's true. 2 letters per
Josh,
page.
what note taking thing are you using now?
It's an app called Obsidian.
Oh, okay.
It uses Markdown, so I can like link words or names, and then every time in my notes where that name is, it'll be like a link, and I can click on it, and it'll open the note with that like name or
Oh, yeah.
place or whatever. And then there's a cool feature where it'll actually make a network node, and you can actually see how all of the links relate to one another,
Oh, that's pretty cool.
which
It
is pretty
sounds
cool.
So
uniquely useful to this game.
Sort of, yeah, sort of like a wiki, I suppose. But
Yeah, kind of like
Yeah.
a wiki.
Sounds like that.
So I've been re-listening to the campaign as well as typing up notes and trying to make some kind of organization out of them.
I will say, because we're at the end of session. Obviously, this was just a very as heavy of a lore session as you could possibly get. But there's also the element of like, hey, you're getting a lot more closer to objective answers on things. So her question of like, what do you guys want to do? That is going to be important, and I the DM needs to know what you guys want to do, because at this point, you could use this as a launching pad to go wherever the hell you want. So I'm going to do the visions as soon as I can, but I can kind of give you like a quick idea of what's happening here. And yeah, the visions coming out, they're gonna be context visions, but they're very unlikely to make you guys make a like a straight up, oh, this is gonna be a decision that we're gonna go do, right?
that's all you
vision.
fucking know.
Yeah,
Yeah, right?
Maybe I'm wrong, but like the other visions are a lot of times are like you're learning something completely new. All
Right.
3 of the visions that you're gonna get this time, they're all things that are not new to you guys. They're all filling in blanks, expanding on ideas, going into further detail on stuff that you already are aware of. So yeah, more than usual, I'm going to be flying in blind to the next session unless you guys can tell me what it is you guys want to go do.
Do we know when our next session is?
That is the next thing is I also need to know that. I think that the answer was like there's one that Foxy can't make, but everybody else can. Maybe
Let's have a wee look. See, 10th of November.
the
Oh, the
23rd.
So we
23rd.
said the 23rd. Yeah, it's just that my parents are visiting. I'm fine to just go back over a recording. That's fine. Just because it looks like from the way things are shaping up, that's probably going to be the last session of the year.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly what's going to happen in December because most people have not really answered. But we're also, missing, got some question marks in there.
I think it would be my preference not to miss 2 in a row. Is is my only sort of caveat to that. Like,
Yeah.
if it has to happen, it has to happen. But I'd really like to not miss 2 in a row.
Yeah, I would
Because then I
really
have
like.
10 hours of session to catch up on.
I would really like to try if we can do the 7th or the 14th. Like, try to figure out if we can do something to reasonably make one of those 2 days work. Because I know like the 21st and the 28th are going to be just complete chaos. Likely for everybody. But if there's any way that we can try to make one of those 2 days function, I would appreciate it. I don't know what Michael's got going on the 7th, so I'm not really sure. But I would kind of like if it ends up being possible to do the 6th and the 14th, or the 23rd and the 14th. I don't know what the question mark. I don't know how far that is to yes or no, or just don't know for the second one in December, Foxy.
I will be in New Zealand, so I'm not certain whether or not I will be free.
Gotcha.
Like, we fly back on the 11th.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult because like Michael's missing this one. So if it's like Michael misses this one, you miss the next one, and then Michael misses the next one, then it's like, I don't know.
It's hard, yeah.
It's kind of hard. But I also understand like it's the end of the year, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like, a ton of stuff happens around this time of year for everybody, so I'm not like that surprised. Like, I'm okay if we get like one more session in and then sort of call it for the year, but I would like, I mean, obviously, you know, I'd like to play every week if I could, but
I mean, I would personally like to try to see if we can get 2 more sessions in for the year. Just mostly because, like, I don't think the game's going to fall apart or anything, but my vague idea for what the structure of what's coming up is going to be, I want to really kind of do something to kind of jumpstart things back in, like, you know, January, whenever we start up after the holidays. But yeah. All right, guys. Well,
I mean, I can very likely be free on the 15th. It'll be a few days after I arrive, but I can always just tell people, like, because I've got like 5 weeks over the holidays to like socialize and do family stuff. So
gotcha.
I don't think it will be a huge deal if I'm just like, nah, this one day I'm not doing anything. I'm just gonna sit in my room.
That's fair. Well, just let me know. Try to keep me updated on things, and if I think what we'll probably do is plan for the 23rd, and then, you know, work from there. And I'm super excited.
Cool beans.
This is so much fun.
All right. Thanks, guys. This was fun.
This was delightful.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
Later,
Bye,
bye.
everybody.
See you guys.